and lead those new sectors or the economic sector of Saudi Arabia. And one of the important talent is really women. And you know that this university was a male-only university 6-7 years ago. Now we have the highest number of intake from undergraduate students worldwide in engineering, exceeding 40% in the acceptance of undergraduate female students in our undergraduate program and engineering, and this is really remarkable. Not only the undergraduate students, but we are empowering women in all sectors, whether graduate, undergraduate, engineers, postdoc, staff member, and they are really very competitive. So we always say that God helped also the male in this university by introducing women. But this is one of the important keywords. The second keywords from women in data science is data science and its variant, AI and others. And since the beginning of the transformation, KFUPM recognize and foresee the importance of data science and AI. So we introduce what we call AI plus X program as a mandatory requirement for all our undergraduate students in all majors as a building block for their major. That's why we call it AI plus X. Not only that, the university introduced nearly 100 new programs, whether undergraduate, graduate programs, and the AI and data science play a major role in all of these programs. So this is my second important keyword. The third important keyword is from the theme. And the theme is AI for science, medicine, and engineering. I'd like to talk about science and engineering. KFUPM, one of the most important pillars also of the transformation is really interdisciplinary. And interdisciplinary is a key word that you can see both in education and also in research. In education, we abandoned the College of Science. Not the department, but the College of Science. And what we did, we put the science and engineering together because we know that new technologies, new breakthrough will come from the intersection of science and engineering. So we put mathematics with computing, and we created the College of Computing and Mathematics that actually organized this event under the Dean, Dr. Abdullah Sultan. We thank him for this organization. I don't want also to forget Dr. Mu'taz Al-Farrad, the chairman of the ICS, for organizing also this event, and even the women data science section for this great event, and all those who participated in this event. So back to the interdisciplinary, as I mentioned that we put mathematics with computing, and we put also physics with engineering. We created the College of Engineering and Physics. All our new departments has the word engineering and science in them. Created a new department called Material Science and Engineering, Bioengineering, Science and Engineering in Biology. So this is in education. In research as well, we introduced, since the transformation, over 20 new research centers. And interdisciplinary is an important pillar in the creation of those research centers. We insisted that the topic of those research centers are not disciplinary, but multi-disciplinary in nature. Not only that, not only the topic, but also the faculty member and the researcher in those research centers that drive the research are coming from 4, 5, 6, maybe sometimes 7 to 8 different departments and different disciplines. Not only that, but when we even created our research strategy, we insisted on these interdisciplinary, and even we said that the center themselves must work together in what we call a transdisciplinary interaction between the research center themselves. So you can see that interdisciplinary plays a major role in the transformation of KFUPM. The third important keyword is technology or medicine, which means that the importance of having an impact of our work and our research, and we make it closer to have a technology, to have an impact on the community around us. And this is, as I mentioned, also one of the important pillars in the research transformation, that we want really to have this impact on our community, not only in terms of numbers of papers and patents, although naturally, when we are doing something really good for the society around us, good things even happen in patent and also in generating of those papers and participating in conferences and others. Also, to drive this further, having this impact, we are partnering with a huge number really of industry around us. We are trying really to bridge the gap between academia and industry by providing many services for both male and female working at KFUPM, and even from around the kingdom, availing lots of opportunity for startups, for innovation, and many other services, proof of concept, seeds funds, even having upscaling facility that will help to translate our research from lower technology readiness level to really high technology readiness level that will be really very close to commercialization, so it can be picked up by the industry very easily. So those are the keywords that I wanted really to talk about today. At the end, I would like really to mention the following, just very quickly. KFUPM, as I mentioned, the focus of KFUPM in interdisciplinary. 5 years ago, that was a core pillar since our transformation. You know what happens, although we did not really follow it up, but we earned the 17th place in the New Times Higher Education Interdisciplinary Science Ranking that was released just recently, a few months ago. 17th place among over 700 universities from over 90 countries in the world. Also, alhamdulillah, KFUPM is ranked 101 or 101st in the latest also QS World Ranking, with subject ranking soaring in top 60 in all engineering subject. Number of patents, alhamdulillah, now we are reaching nearly 3,000 patents that the university granted by the US Patent Office and other entity. Last year we were ranked 5th by the US Patent Office in the number of granted patents, with 265 patents. But not only that, as I mentioned, we want those patents really to see and to be included in our technology development, that it will be part of that. So all of these achievements, as I mentioned, underscore KFUPM's commitment to solving global challenges through innovation, collaboration, and excellence. I encourage each one of you to capture the opportunity today to engage deeply, learn actively, and forge meaningful connection. Let's ensure this event is not just productive, but transformative, inspiring, greater involvement and leadership from women in inspiring greater involvement and leadership from women in data science. Once again, I'd like to welcome you to this celebration of excellence and empowerment of women. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring session today. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
change incentives in academia. So if any of these topics of interest to you, I'll be staying here, hopefully until the afternoon, so come and chat with me. Also my email, you're very welcome to email me anytime. So, I'm currently working, as I mentioned, at the Alan Turing Institute, which is the national body or institute for data science and AI in the UK. So this is similar to Sadaya in Saudi Arabia. The institute established in 2015, so we are just coming to our 10th anniversary this year. So it's fairly new institute. We have three main goals as an institute, which is to advance research, which include a wide range of research like health, environment, sustainability, but we focus on what we call grand challenges or wicked problems. We also do digital humanity research, have a project such as living with machine, data culture. But our other goal, which I'm going to be focusing mostly about, is building skills or capacity building for the future and deriving that informed public conversation in data science and AI. First, if we look actually at the UK, so again, this is not just for the UK, but if we look at the UK national landscape, you're going to see that we do have this national problem in UK and Europe and many countries within actually the global north. Data science skills, we know that it's in high demand, and that demand is only increasing, but we have a huge known data skill gap. You can see it in the National Data Strategy in 2020. It exists in several levels like data storage, data management, architecture, planning, governance, and so many. So this gap exists across different domains and sectors. And the question is, how do we address this skill gap? So at the Turing, we work at national level, so we build capacity in data science for all the UK. And what we think is data scientist is not one size fits all. So as I'm going to explain in a bit, we don't believe in something we call data scientists. And the work that we do focuses on three areas. We need to know what's happening in the data science ecosystem, what's the current need, trend, new area, future need, what are the rules that present in data science, and what's the emerging data science. So you will see me speaking or exploring in new roles different than data science. So we need to know what skills needed. There's a team that's working to develop a new competency framework, so that's involved mapping skills, knowledge, behavior for different roles in data science across domain and sectors. If you're one of these people who read a lot about data science, you'll see there's a lot of hype about data scientists. But as I mentioned, we do think that data scientist role, as it's currently stands, should not actually exist. We need to move toward a more diverse career sort of path and skill set within the data-related field, especially when we work with wicked problem. And I'm going to explain what I mean by wicked problem in a bit. So when we think about data science skill, we often think about, so when you go to any training here about data science, the first thing that comes to that training is technical skills, like being able to work with GANs, transformers, diffusion models. But the way we think that these sort of skills have limited or even short-term outcome that can, especially when you work with what we call wicked problem, and sometimes can actually be a waste for investment and funding if you focus only on these sort of technical skills. There's a policy brief, I'm not going to go into too much details about it. This is developed by Aman Malika, who goes into how we should diversify data science role. And I think there is a lot of learning that we can take from that. Again, this is about code if you want to access it and read it, but the slide is also going to be available. So within the Alan Turing, we work with a lot of what we call wicked problem. So what's wicked problem? Wicked problem, this is terminology, and it's the kind of a problem that is very complex, hard to define, interconnected, and it involves social tension or feedback loop. So this is, for example, things that to do with public health, pandemic, environmental justice, global warming, and these are very, very different than clear-cut problems, which are very clearly defined and sort of have straightforward or a linear sort of solution. So when we work with these wicked problems, we invest a lot of money, and it's really important that we get that investment back. And we think that expertise in socio-technical skills is actually as important as the technical skills that we usually sort of promote when we work in wicked problem. But when I say social science or socio-technical skills, that does not mean like if we put in the same room people from different sorts of domains, like social scientists, computer scientists, clinicians, they will be able sort of to understand each other at all. It's very, very important that we create a common sort of vocabulary and language between them. I've been involved in different projects where we, in the same room, we have people from different sorts of domain and expertise, but they are not able sort of to understand each other because each one has their own sort of mental model or vocabulary or jargons that's not easy sort of to understand. You see in a huge project, some people working in work package 1, work package 2, and then you have some results and then you combine them in one paper. This is what we call multidisciplinary. It's not interdisciplinary, it's not transdisciplinary. And what we want to do is that cross-fertilization between domains. And cross-fertilization actually is not an easy process at all. And that involves working with people with lived experience, like patient, public contributor. So AI should not really be created for people, but with people. And I think one of the things that I had struggled with sometime when I applied for a grant inside Saudi, when I tried to add people from outside academia or traditional sort of research, it's very, very hard to add them in the grant or to involve them in the grant, in the payment, in any sort of thing. But what should be actually happening is these people who we do the research for them is actually involved from the very beginning in the research cycle. And I'm going to give an example about one of the case studies and how we sort of work with people with lived experience and patients. So, as I said, collaboration is not an easy process. So many people do it very wrong. It doesn't mean adding a senior people in a grant to get funded. It means that cross-fertilization with other domains and bringing these people with lived experience from outside academia in the research as co-creator, not as a passive recipient. So I don't know if you're familiar with Nassim Taleb. He's one of my favorite authors. He has a lot of videos on YouTube. You very encouraged to read them or go through them. He has this quote which I love in one of his books, which he said collaboration has this super additive function, but it doesn't come really easily. We need to create that environment that facilitates this collaboration. And a lot of the work that I do actually about creating that environment that facilitates that collaboration. So, which takes me actually to talk about research infrastructure. When I say research infrastructure, I'll ask someone, what's research infrastructure? Most people will jump to HPC, a cloud, tools. They think about sort of physical or digital sort of facility. But when we say actually research infrastructure, most of the time at the Turing we mean human research infrastructure. So these people who interact not only with the tools, but also with the contributors, with the users, with the research, to amplify the impact and make it actually usable. So for example, before we think about modeling, we think about how to make data and have research ready, how to create a standard associated with the data. And people who have expertise in this, we don't call them data scientists, we call them data wranglers. So that's a position or a role. We have a team of data wranglers who works across different projects to help with the data at the very, very beginning. So in the project that I work on, we have actually 2 data wranglers, Mahawish and Rachel. And these are people who bring expertise in data collection, and structuring, and quality check, saving time and improving the quality of the analysis. So they use best practices when working with data and tools. This is an art package that I worked with them, Rachel Mausch developed, and you can see there is a contributing guideline for the community. There is an open license which still uses how they can use this tool. There is also a DOI. So a DOI it tells you how to cite the package. Usually when you publish anything in any journal, you get a DOI, and that's what makes it citable. So we try to make everything that we produce actually citable, even if we did not publish it in a paper, by creating a DOI. And I can expand on that if anyone has a question about how we create DOIs. Another example is research community manager. This is really a very, very powerful role because they work with both users and contributors to co-create and maintain or sustain research. Actually, before I joined the Turing, community managers, I've been exposed to some projects, and community managers were the ones who had extremely huge influence in me in terms of how I interact with the external project, how I sustain my engagement with them. There's a huge, huge team of community manager at the Turing. Emma, who co-leads the MRSF, actually used to be a community manager. Anne is also part of the team. She managed a project called the Turing Way, which always welcome global contributors. And I think it's really interesting to reflect about the background of these people. Like community managers, not necessarily comes from natural science. Like they come from very, very different domains. So Emma is archaeologist by training and did her PhD in anthropology, but she's really, really good at bridging that technical knowledge with social science and understanding how power dynamic within our spaces work. So they really, really, I think the community management, particularly of Anne and Malvika earlier on within the Turing Way, which is an open source project that simplifies data science and research, has over 500 contributors. That's like over just 4 years of the project starting, and over 6,000 monthly users. The Turing Way, although it's based or was funded by the Turing Institute, it is a grassroots in the way that it's sort of governed. It's collaborated with over 50 organizations, most of them from outside the UK. It has citation in many policies, articles, reports within the UK and outside it. And I think this is mainly in how community manager attract a new contributor and sustain their engagement. And you can see how the impact of the project is sort of amplified. Just to mention about the Turing Way, I am one of the co-contributors, and we have like collaboration cafe every 2 weeks. You're very, very welcome to join. It's open for everyone. We have very active Slack channel. If you're one of these people who have a Slack, just speak to me. I'm happy to add you there, or you can find it in their GitHub. We have also onboarding calls, community calls. You're very, very welcome to join to explore more about the project itself. The last example I just want to mention about like different roles that we have is the research application manager. And this is, we call it RAM. They engage with external stakeholders to adapt research output into the outside. So that's like outside academia. So output, usually what you do in academia, your output mostly is a paper. And that's sometimes most of these people as well, not many people read. So what we're trying to do is how to translate that output to be not just a paper, but something in the real world, usable to the community. Again, if you go to industry, you will see something very similar in industry. They call it product manager. So this is very similar, but in academia. And I think it's extremely, extremely important to derive impact if we want our data science or AI, whatever, really has an impact in the outside world. So this is Harry. He's one of the RAM that we have, but we have really a big team of RAM who sort of, their main role is trying to translate the output to the real world. Having mentioned these, I would like to give a use case, because I know a lot of people are probably interested in health, and this is a use case working with wicked problem. The wicked problem that I'm talking about is multi-morbidity, or we call it here multiple long-term condition. So this is a program that I manage, which has a very sort of unique way in the way that's been set up. I'm going to explain more about it in a bit, but we have 8 research collaborative. These are not just research, but also we have over 150 experts by lived experience. When I say expert by lived experience, I mean patient, public contributor, or carer for that patient. We work with over 27 universities, many charities, local government, public organization, and the way it's been set up. So Turing was working with this Professor Chris Whitty. I don't know if you do recognize the face. He's the chief medical officer. You might remember him from the COVID time. He was the one who comes in the TV next to Boris Johnson to report about the numbers. So he's the chief medical officer, and he observed that multi-morbidity really affects the health system. And he suggested, can we use AI to understand more about multi-morbidity clusters within the UK? So the decision came that Department of Health and Social Care to fund a huge program, different collaborative, plus research support facility, which I'm going to speak about in a bit, to try and understand and change the culture about understanding or working with multi-morbidity. So you can think about the research support facility as a hub that supports all of this community, as you can see here. The network, or 7 collaboration, we call them AI for multiple long-term condition, or AIM community. You will see me referring to them as AIM community. And as I said, the long-term impact is to transform research culture and environment for multi-morbidity. So if we zoom into the AIM community just very quickly, is, as I mentioned, 27 universities, including Oxford, Manchester, Liverpool, Leeds, Birmingham, Newcastle, Edinburgh, and so many. And the purpose of that AIM program is really to develop insight into the identification and the prevention of multi-morbidity, and really bring that sort of advanced data science and AI method to identify cluster of new diseases, and also sort of look into how diseases develop over life course. So we brought everyone in Manchester just last September. This was a big conference for us. We shared the recording, the materials. They're all on the website. You're very welcome to contact me if you want to, or you can find them online. I'm happy to chat about it as well if you can't access it. And as I said, we work very closely with patients and public contributors. So, the point is not coming up, that's fine. So patients are part of this design making. They sit in the advisory board. They shape the research question. They make the design, they contribute from the very beginning of the research cycle to the very end. So they're not just recipients at the very end, and that's extremely important in how we treat them. We have also a community manager who specifically work with people with lived experience. In the conference also, you'll see they sit in almost in all of the panels, they give their expertise. They contribute actively to the discussion. These are some pictures from across the community. Some of these people are carer for patients with learning disability. Some of them patients with learning disability, again, they still can contribute to the research cycle and the questions. And what we focus on is really how to empower them to contribute to also external spaces, conferences, events. We have a BBIE community for practice, where we do workshops, trying to develop accessible language that everyone can sort of contribute to it. Again, we have a glossary of terms, it's open source in GitHub, anyone can come and contribute and add to it. And this is part of event also carried out by AI Multiply, which is based in Newcastle. As you can see, they used art in their event. And I just want to mention also these patients or public, they are paid, so they do receive an honorarium, they analyze, some of them can be co-I in some of the grants. As I mentioned, they contribute to that research cycle from the very beginning meaningfully. going to share them at the very end. You're very welcome to access them. Usually I would have a print, but I didn't print any this time. But yeah, let me know if you want to also print it. We also have community managers to maintain the early career researchers. So these are ECRs from across AIM. We organize ECR lunchtime session to them, which is basically a safe environment where they can present unpublished work without being like fear of being scrutinized from the outside. It's very close to the community. We have ECR reps committee who shape the direction and the network. So the decision making is decentralized. We have also training resources shared openly according to best practice. And when I say openly, I meant using open science practices. There are many reasons why we use open science practices. One of them is the replication crisis, which I always mention. For folks who are not familiar with the replication crisis, I'm just going to explain it very, very briefly. So many of us, we're very, very excited when they sort of specialize in STEM because we think that we will have very, very exciting results, innovations, and that's the way you do science, right? The way that you do science, you work or validate other people's findings and then you build on the top of them. But reality, for anyone who works very long in academia and active in research, will know that we have what we call replication crisis, which is many of the published research actually cannot be replicated. And we're speaking about research that published in Q1, Q2 papers and journals. This is not just affecting science, obviously. This is also reflected in economy. It's not just in one domain, but across so many domains, including machine learning, AI. There's one study that says like over 20 million pounds get wasted of a study that cannot be replicated. And that's a fraction of the problem that we have in academia. Again, part of the problem is the way our finding models is not reproducible. So Europe and US invested a huge amount of investment just supporting open science by creating infrastructure, incentives as well in academia to work openly. Global North and Global South is because of the impact of the economy itself. This is also our approach at the Turing, and it's something I'm sort of a big advocate of, which is like how we can use open science itself. And I think people sometimes sort of misunderstood open science, which does not usually mean open data. Again, as open as possible, but as closed as necessary. We apply something we call FAIR principles. I'm not going to go too much into it, but that's about how to make data reusable, accessible, findable, and interoperable. So again, when we say open science, doesn't mean everything is open. It just means the way that we practice our science, how we publish them, how we make them usable, how we make them findable, interoperable. That's what we mean, how we make our practice is more transparent. That's what we mean when we say open science. It's more about the culture and the ways of working. Again, a problem that we have with the replication crisis in most domains, again, it's not very new. If you're familiar with open source, we all know that projects like Linux, Apache started the movement for open source back in the 1990s. In 2002, with this Open Access Initiative, also created a platform that we call Archive, and Creative Commons has this legal framework that started in 2001. So again, there are different sorts of movements that was aligned with the value of transparency, community, decentralization, sharing, and they all under the same umbrella of open science. So we call all these best practices open science, which is a huge, huge umbrella, include open source, open hardware for data, open peer review, open infrastructure, open license, registered reports. Again, I'm not going to go into details of them, but they are really interesting. If one of them you didn't hear about it, do go and read about it. And I also want to emphasize the word open in open science, again, is misleading, because open science is not just about sharing, it's about that collaborative co-creation, about that participatory science, about bringing the community as a major stakeholder. So I love this quote from Randy Schickman. He said open science is not just a trend, it's a necessity. It's the only way we can solve wicked and complex problem. And I think that's the reason behind a lot of the investment that we see right now in Europe. So that's why our approach always aligns with this open science practice. And for example, within the MRSF, we always use FAIR principle. We archive our output in a repository. That's why this slide is going to go to Zenado as a repository. We archive web pages in Internet Archive. We make our output citable before we publish them. We add a DOI to them. We have a GitHub organization for code, for documentation, for dataset, for event material. So that's like what we mean by our ways of working according to the open science practices. These are the case studies I mentioned initially, have many of the lessons learned very simplified in a plain language, not technical. They're all in Zenado, citable, accessible to everyone. These are the DOI of them, you can access them as well. And I think, just very, very briefly, I want to pause here just to reflect, because the question that probably we can take some time, can we take some of these lessons really and apply it in our community, in the Arab region, and what a grassroots community might look like. As I mentioned, a lot of these sorts of policy, like working with patients, could be a bit challenging according to what we have, but some of these practices can be actually initiated, can be started. These, as someone who did, I did all my study in the UK from undergrad, one thing that I found, I wanted to do is leverage all this connection network that I have, really to empower people, particularly ECRs and junior in the region, to support them to adapt these open science best practices, because it's the only way actually we can, in the future, sort of create an impact in a lot of the complex sort of challenges and wicked problems that we have, special in our community. Oh my God. So after I finished my PhD in 2019, I was back in 2020, was the pandemic. I stayed home, I did some research around landscape policies, infrastructure around open science. I didn't spend too much time to realize there is a huge, huge gap in the region. So I wanted, again, to leverage that connection I have from these grassroots and other networks in Latin America, in the States, in Europe. So we've set up what we call the grassroots community in Saudi Arabia. Again, this is a grassroots community. Its main mission is to advocate for open science in the region from grassroots perspective and support them to start their own sort of network as an ambassadors. I don't want to spend too much time going over all the activities, but again, we had paid internship for undergrad to work with support localization, multilingualism, understand open source. We champion our members in different communities. We contributed also to different UNESCO working groups around open science, especially around capacity building and incentives. We have special focus in capacity building, so we did workshops in different communities inside and outside Saudi, like with the Saudi FDA, with the KMARC, with the African Reproducibility Network. Again, all this material exists in our website in Zenado, all of them accessible, citable, reusable to everyone. And I think one of the things that I'm proud of, we sparked and encouraged a new sort of open science network in Iraq and Egypt. we sort of, I think the main value also, we empowered researcher practitioners to form these sort of global connection and connect with other global open science community and also exchange lessons. We empowered researchers by mentorship. So researchers start as a mentee, then become a mentors. And these are just some of the networks that we are sort of involved in. Again, very, very quickly, Ghazali Al-Ataybi is an example of ambassador and a member of the community who learned how to use R or open source from scratch. She didn't have any sort of technical expertise. She became the first open science champion. So open science, this is a huge R community that advocate for R and best practices. And she worked with one of the most, she created one of the most wonderful R package in linguistics. And this is some of her words about how she felt empowered to contribute to the existing body of reproducible science. We have also learned a lot ourselves from the community. Again, I don't have capacity to go over these, but I want to just highlight one of the sort of key learning. So I think the observation that we had is the challenge in open science, whether it's in tech or academia, it's not really about lack of alignment with its value. We all agree about these values, we all believe in them. Actually, our culture sort of, a lot of this value comes from our culture. So instead, what we found is lack of agency to create our own norm and standards. And I think there's this interpretation about open science and how it is more about, so as I mentioned, open science is not about openness itself. It's really about that achieving knowledge equity for diverse actors who can access, produce, set the direction of knowledge. And I think there is a lot of Eurocentrism in the way that we sometimes practice open science or practice science in general. I don't want to go much into it, but again, we have a lot of materials about these sorts of observation and what we think sort of happening when people sort of fear around or practicing open science practices. One of the things we've learned again about agency, that language is extremely, extremely powerful in giving people agency in their own knowledge system. We've been working to create open education resources that speak to the community. So we have designed this MOOCs platform. It's an open source with multilingualism in mind, so it's in Arabic and English. It's totally free of charge. We working to license it and launch it later this year. Again, this would have been impossible without Sandy, Lenise, Rishi, who are the sort of core contributor who designed the platform. And this is very quick sort of invitation for institution, for researchers in the audience, for librarians, to give feedback. Everyone is welcome to contribute to the lessons, to give their feedback. Happy to work with them to translate ideas to lesson, to get added to the platform, again, acknowledging their contributions and names. You also, very quick flag for this conference. You're very welcome. I would love to see you in Berlin in September. I'm co-organizing this conference, which is, it's not a conference, it's an conference. So it's not talks, you're not going to be listening to people. It's mostly working with people, trying to create actionable solutions that improve research culture and practice. Yeah. And I think today we're going to be hearing a lot about AI again, how it changed the world. But at the same time, I want to invite you as well to reflect actually about our way of working. And I'm going to leave you with this quote from Gwanda. We always look for frictionless technological solution, but people talking to people actually is the way that norms and standards change. And hopefully that's what we're going to be doing today. And thank you so much. I'm sorry. This was very, very long. Again, this is not just my work, it's the work of the team.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batul, for this insightful keynote speech. Pretty sure new ideas to that field in AI and medicine. So let's open the floor for any questions right now. If anyone has a question, please raise your hand and we'll get a microphone for you to answer your questions.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for a very amazing presentation. My question has something to do, it's actually very specific. Data is obviously in the spotlight right now, and like how do we value personal and public data for that matter. And I see a trend in how decentralized data ownership is kind of a big thing now, especially in data science circles. What I want to ask is, how do you see the role of a data scientist changing in that sense? Because that comes with a lot of new expectations in what you need to know, maybe things like domain ownership or infrastructure literacy and stuff like that.
Yeah, thank you. Your voice was a bit low, but I think I understand the question about how data science sort of as a role is changing in the future. Again, one of the things that we think about it is we're not going to see a lot of sort of advertisement that says data scientist. We're going to see more sort of specialized, as you say, like people advocating for data literacy. We have BBIE sort of engagement, different sort of specialization within data science. That's what we see. You mentioned something about decentralization and agency. I think we've seen it with the Baltics and the trade war and a lot of what's happening right now. There is a lot more emphasis about agency and about country being able to hold their data within their borders and about having their technology having agency over it. I think we're going to have more focus in future years, especially about development and about even countries who choose to be consumers to technology, trying to produce and contribute to technology. We've seen how, for example, ChatGPT, now we have DeepSeek in China. Again, we'll see more sort of sparking technology from different parts of the world. I think there's also very, very interesting, not just in like China or the US or Europe, you can see also a lot of development within Latin America, especially about decentralization. I was at this conference, was it last August, organized by the Internet Archive. It's called DWeb Camp. And it was very, very interesting. It was mostly about this sort of decentralization of technology and how we make sure like people have agency over their technology within their borders. And there was a few folks who came from Latin America, from Argentina, from Brazil, and they spoke a lot about using data science even in farming, in different sort of fields, and about data literacy and how they promote it. And I think we're going to see a lot of that in the future as well. Yeah. I don't know if that's answering your question.
It did, but there's a slight addition to that. What I wanted to ask kind of mainly was what do you expect from the workforce now? As for example, someone at an entry-level position, he's thinking, okay, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to learn that. There's a lot of changes now, and maybe these expectations change big time. That's what I want to ask. Sorry, can you hear me properly now? What I was trying to ask was the workforce. What do you expect? What does the industry expect from them at this point with all these differences in how we look at data and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think we had a lot of hype about like AI and data science. Again, I don't know, I can't sort of foresee the future what exactly going to be. But I think we had a time of like huge sort of hype. And I was reading this article, probably, was it last week, about even like the salary of this sort of job, how it used to be and how sort of it's changed and shifted. Again, this is not just going to be affected by the tech industry, it's going to be affected by what happened in terms of politics and what happened in terms of economy. But we're going to see like a lot of shifts I don't know if that sort of answer your question somehow.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
We can have only one last question, please, because of the time, and then you can ask Dr. Batul any extra questions. Yes, please.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you so much for the presentation. I have a small question about the role you highlighted, which is the research application manager. So I've worked as a product manager on digital health products, so I get how this role is. But my main concern is data science and AI is a very fast-growing field. We have thousands of research being published every day. While the healthcare field, or maybe any industry, is kind of slow when it comes to adopting new technologies. So how do you manage to close the gap between what is being researched? I mean, when this research is actually adopted, I mean, it takes years. So the research has become obsolete because hundreds of thousands of new technologies have come. So how do you manage to close the gap through this role or maybe through other initiatives?
So RAM is basically, it's a role that we have at the Alan Turing Institute. As you mentioned, it's like similar to product manager. But within the Alan Turing, because it's a national body, so they sort of oversee not just academia within the UK, but also industry. So they have all of these connections. I think what they do is actually forge these connections between them, and somehow, as you mentioned, like trying to keep up speed with all of these sort of new technologies. And I'm happy to put you in touch with some of the RAM that we have in the Turing, and you're very welcome sort of to chat with them like about their roles and what they do in their respective project, because it's different from project to project. But yeah, I did not see RAM actually in other universities within the UK. Yeah, it's something that I've seen just at the Turing, yeah, because as you mentioned, it's a national body, so they have that capacity and power in terms of like connecting all these different sorts of entities. Yeah.
Thank you.
And always.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batul, once again. So for our next keynote speech for AI in medicine, let's welcome together Dr. Wadha al-Matar. Dr. Wadha al-Matar is currently an assistant professor at Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal, and she currently received her PhD from KFUPM. Her work focuses on applying AI to healthcare, particularly in medical imaging and machine learning. She brings valuable expertise at the domain of machine learning and medicine. Please join us to welcome Dr. Wadha al-Matar to share with us her valuable insights in this keynote.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah wa salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Good morning, everyone. Actually, it's a special feeling to come back to KFUPM, where I was a few months ago a PhD candidate, and today I'm an invited speaker to speak about my research and during the PhD and after the PhD. It's a pleasure to be here as a speaker in Women in Data Science, where I was one of the organizers 2 years ago. And today, I have a pleasure to invite me to speak about healthcare and AI. First of all, thank you for the organizer. Thank you, KFUPM, for holding such a great event that involved women and empower them in different sectors and perspective or fields. And thank you for inviting me to share some insights on a topic that is shaping the future in the medicine. So today I'll be talking about the intersection and the exciting intersection between AI and healthcare. Actually, sorry? Okay. So around the world, healthcare faces critical challenges, starting from the shortage of professionals to the need of accurate and faster diagnosis. AI now is not here to replace professionals or doctors, but it's here to empower them, to accelerate their decisions, to support their decisions, and to improve the outcome of healthcare, and to give, let's say, an accelerated diagnosis that will satisfy the patient. Patients don't need to wait for a long time to be diagnosed or having an appointment after 3 or 4 months because the doctors, they are overwhelmed with many patients. So this is the need of AI around the world. But the question is, why do we need AI in healthcare? So according to Health World Organization, there is an increasing number of patients from all ages. We used to have diseases in elderly people, but now also the children acquire some, let's say, sometimes there's new diseases that come with the newborn, or also the young people. So there is a global crisis about the different type of diseases that occur on different ages. At the same time, there is also a global crisis with the shortage of the healthcare workforce. And this was in Saudi Arabia. It was reported in the annual statistical report comes from the Ministry of Health, that still Saudi Arabia rely on expatriate physicians to fill this gap. So with the increasing number of patients and also fewer doctors, there is a critical need to have a faster and accurate diagnosis. This is where AI can help. This is where I can support doctor and speeding up the decisions. And finally, one of the need of the AI in medical healthcare is the remote areas. Remote areas lack of professionals to diagnose patients, and lack of let's say advanced devices for such diseases. So supporting them with AI solutions and tools will help them to be diagnosed on time. These healthcare challenges highlight the innovation, why we need the innovation in AI. So the innovation in AI is no longer optional, it's a necessity. In Saudi Arabia, these needs are already addressed through the health sector transformation program to meet the 4 key objectives of Vision 2030. So these 4 objectives that have been followed by the Ministry of Health in the transformation program, the first one is the ease access of healthcare services. And we noticed that with the using of Sahati application, how we book an appointment, also the virtual clinics, we can meet the doctor. We don't need some of the follow-up. We don't need to go to to face a traffic every day to reach the hospital. It's easy to have a virtual call with the doctors and discuss the diagnosis. The second objective is to achieve improve value of healthcare services. The third one is the strength prevention against health threats, and I will stress on prevention because I will talk more about the prevention and the early detection of diseases. And the last one is enhancing traffic efficiency. Let's talk globally and locally. Globally, a lot of amazing examples and great experience have been done. I think Dr. Batul here, mashallah, she covered a lot of things about UK, but let's bring back UK again. NHS reduces the workload of radiologists in breast cancer screening by 88%. Think about this percentage. So the workload on the doctor to screen breast cancer, it was led by AI with their decision was very useful to reduce this workload. Also in Singapore, reducing the need of manual interpretation by doctor in diabetic retinopathy screening was reduced by 50%, and this is a huge number, as the diabetic is one of the diseases which is considered as the leading cause of the blindness. Also, Apollo Hospital reduces the hospital admission related to heart diseases to 25%. Again, these are just an examples of a global experience that achieve a good percentage of adding or synergizing AI solutions into the healthcare. If we speak locally, in Saudi Arabia and these initiatives, as we know, Sadaya 3 years ago started the largest project in the kingdom that's tailored to diabetic retinopathy detection by establishing the INAI application or INAI program. They have a lot of concern about our project focused on healthcare like breast cancer detection, stroke detection. But I will focus on the project, which is diabetic retinopathy. The diabetic retinopathy was the first project that have been started locally and with a collaboration with the Ministry of Health and some business company to establish this project to detect or early detection for diabetic retinopathy. And as you can see here in the statistics that at the end of November or September 2040, they diagnosed with the primary care clinical 8,133 patients, and out of them, they early detect 9 or save, let's say saving, because when you detect a disease at the early stages, you are saving a patient from progressing to advanced level of the disease. So they saved 949 patients and transfer them to a specialist hospital to be treated early. So this is a big number, and we aim to have more than this number in the upcoming years. Why diabetic retinopathy in Saudi Arabia? If we talk about the cause, if we go back to the cause, to the diabetes. In Saudi Arabia, diabetes ranks 2nd in the Middle East and 7th in the world. And eventually, any person have a diabetes, eventually he will develop diabetic retinopathy. And 30% of these patients, they will develop eventually diabetic retinopathy. And diabetic retinopathy is the leading cause of blindness around the world. This is where my PhD work at KFUPM have started 3 years ago. So if we talk about the difficulty of diagnosing this disease, even in the clinical practice, the stages of the diabetic is classified into 5 stages, starting from a normal retina, meaning that he has a diabetes, but he didn't yet develop a diabetic retinopathy. Then going to the first one, mild, where some lesions start to appearing, like microaneurysm, then moderate, oxidate start to develop, then severe with a bleeding, then proliferative. So we don't want the patient to reach the last stage. We want to detect it before that, so we could treat them earlier. So during my literature review in my PhD, I found out different challenges faced comes from the nature of these DR lesions and from utilizing AI models to apply or to solve this problem. So the first one, if we look at it clinically, lesions are tiny and unshaped, and it comes in different shapes. It's hard to be detected even by the doctor itself. Sometimes they need to have more than one opinion to classify or to say this patient is in grade 3 or 2. The second one is the adjacent grade. So grade 3 and 2 is very similar because some of the lesions comes from the previous stage will be remained on the second stage. The last one is the overlapping between the retina structure itself and the lesion. Sometimes the oxidate, it looks like the optical disc, and the optical disc is a part of the retina. When it comes to modeling or automating the process to grade the severity of the DR, we have a high false negative rate in these models. Also using a transfer learning from pre-trained model, which was pre-trained on general purpose images, not a medical images. Medical images has a special cases, so their nature is very different than the public images. And most of the pre-trained model that we are using through training the model, it's all trained on ImageNet. As all the data collection and annotation, it's considered a hard stage. But let me say, in the medical field, healthcare, it's more harder. It's more harder because the doctors are non-available. You need to collaborate with a group of them, and I think Dr. Batul, she mentioned in her talk the group of wranglers that are tailored to focus on collecting the data, understanding the data. And I think here in Saudi Arabia we need to have this trained data scientists that they focused on how to collect the data from hospitals, because extracting images or data from the medical devices, it's not easy as extracting from another sources outside of the healthcare sectors. So these challenges lead to propose my PhD work was multi-scale self-supervised learning framework to classify the severity grading of DR technology, of DR disease. So in general, what is self-supervised learning is to use the huge unlabeled data that you have in your task, train it on a task which is different than your target task. So like you train your model to understand the similarity between images, or you train the model with a puzzle task, any task that is available or let's say it's suitable for your downstream task. So after training the model, the main idea is to learn the discriminative features crucial for minority classes. Because as you see, if you are working in healthcare, you know that later stages usually have less or the minority samples. So how we could expose these minority samples to be learned through SSL. So then after training this model, we transfer this representation or this knowledge through the weights to downstream tasks with limited labeled number to classify or to do the tasks. Even the task is a classification or segmentation or any task that you are tackling in your research. So this is just a shot of the architecture that I proposed. So within the self-supervised learning, the basic self-supervised learning, I have proposed the 3 components, let's say. The first component is to extract more features. How? Extracting, I used Vision Transformer to extract which is called the global feature extraction with this component. And the other one, FFE is fine grain feature extraction, where I used ResNet in a form of feature pyramid network. Why feature pyramid network? Because I was trying to go through, usually when you are using CNN model or any architecture, the last layers the features that you will get, it's from the last layer. But I was concerned to have or to extract the feature from the middle layer. So applying ResNet with the feature pyramid network, so I have the chance to access the middle layer. So from the middle layer, I extract different features, because sometimes if you go to the last layer, some of the feature will be forgotten from the middle layer. So joining these two, let's say, a strong architecture, the CNN, using a CNN based with a feature pyramid and a Vision Transformer, we joined them together to have a huge feature extraction. After that, we proposed something called a small network, deep learner. Deep learner is composed of a transposed convolution neural network and by a CBAM attention. Why we add this component? Because once you extract a huge feature, you don't know, we need to just focus on the very important and intersection features that is highlighted by the two, let's say, 2 minds, which comes from Vision Transformer and also from the other architecture, ResNet in form of FPL. All these extraction is aimed to extract these tiny features, to understand the discriminative features of the diabetic or of the regions of the retina. So all this extraction was done on the green channel only. Why green channels? Because during the PhD I did the experiment that understand what if we slice the RGB color. Let's say naturally, as a human, we are attracted to the green color more, and experimentally, I approved that green channel hold more information than other colors. And not only that, when I extract the green channel, I apply saliency map to also focus more on more salient regions to be processed later on. And as you can see here, when I visualize the retina by using a VIT or vision transformer, where the weights or the representation comes from the ImageNet, the model when we visualize the head attention, the model was a struggle to understand where is exactly the affected region in the retina. But in my proposed model, Miss SSL, as you can see, he could understand this representation. He could understand and highlight the affected regions that is similar to the doctor's annotation. During the PhD, I already published a survey on diabetic retinopathy, the detection, current techniques, and future direction. Also, the last model was accepted and ready to publish in scientific record, and also 2 more papers ready to submit. Also, the project was patented, and we got a yellow flag to proceed. During my project, the project was funded by 2 interdisciplinary centers in KFUPM, Intelligent Secure System, and also Sadaya Joint Center. Now, from my experience, I would suggest for the new researchers, if you are trying to tackle an AI and a healthcare, let's say a healthcare task, and you want to solve it by an AI. So this is for you if you are a researcher and you want to understand what is coming, if you are willing to give an AI solution to a healthcare. So starting from the problem selection, I would advise you to meet medical expert in the same field, on the same task that you want to tackle, and understand the need and the clinical changes. And if you have a chance to visit the clinic and understand the workflow and exactly understand what is the task they want to tackle. Did they want to speed up their decision by segmentation, or did they want to aid the patient admission, or what else? So you need to understand what task they need to apply AI to solve such a problem in a daily clinical practice. Doing a literature review, find the existing AI solution, analyze the existing methodology, data sources. Not only that, focus also on the medical devices that have been used to acquire these data. Sometimes in the medical, using different devices may give you different solutions. The kind of integration, is it medically approved or not? If you are trying as an AI engineer or as an AI researcher to combine images with other medical records, is it applicable clinically or not? Because sometimes we get patients that our model is fascinating and give an accurate result, but if you look at the problem medically, it's not approved. They don't assess the patient by integrating or by looking at the image and the specific medical record. Identify gaps, challenges, and the limitation. So comes to the data, which is the core of modeling an AI solution. If you are using an open source data, so you are on the safe side, just use it and cite these resources. But if you are tackling, if you are trying to collect the data, so first of all, you need to have a bioethics certificate that apply or approve that the research meets fundamental ethical standard. And this can be done through the National Committee of Bioethics, and you can do it online, and it lasts for 3 years. Then you need to have the IRB approval, an institutional review board, that the idea of having the IRB approval is to save the patient's rights and privacy. Again, you have to have a medical expert that works side by side with you, alongside during your work. The acquisition medical machine, specify one machine to be acquired from, or if you are tackling two different machines, unify the output. Also set a clear data collection procedures and try to find out an annotation platform that is easy to use by the practitioners in the clinical, like Label Me, Label Box. But you need to have something online because they are not in your area and they are not accessible all the time. So you need to have something to be accessible online. Modeling, this is where you can play. So you are the expert here after collecting the data and all the previous three stages. So techniques, optimization, trying to identify the evaluation matrices that is related to, it's important to the medical expert as long as to your task. I would say the explainability is usually in the healthcare or AI papers in healthcare is missing. We need to explain why the model choose this grade or choose this part. We need to unreveal the black box of these models. So try to apply the explainability AI and also get a validation from a medical expert. During my PhD, a side work was done to understand, and this paper was published, to understand how GradCam is applied in CNN and VIT, to understand how they think, because we know VIT architecture is different than the CNN. So we want to know how the interpretation of the different different decisions on using one of the explainability techniques. And through this work, we work alongside with ophthalmologists and radiologists to validate, does this model see the affected area as you can see it as an expert or not, and we report that to you in the paper. The last one, sometimes it's not a part of your PhD, the deployment, but if you think about it, think about how you will deploy your solution. Is it an integrated to a machine, and this is a longer process to be approved by FDA, or it is a standalone solution, so you did the acquisitions, then you extract the images or some sort of data that you want to analyze, then transfer it to a separate machine to be analyzed. AI now is the vital partner in healthcare. It's not optional. It's not something extra we do. We need to integrate AI in healthcare. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to receive any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wadha, for this insightful keynote. We highly appreciate you sharing your research. Thank you so much. The floor is open for any questions. Please raise your hands for any questions so that the mic. Dr. Mustafa. Hand the mic to Dr. Mustafa, please.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to see a dear colleague of ours, and
thank you.
Mashallah,
Pleasure is mine.
it was a really also inspiring session, talk that you gave, especially because I remember last year we were working on this project, but at a much smaller scale compared to Mashallah's work.
Yes.
I want to reserve the comments, but I just want to ask one question. What's your future direction, since now, as you know, with AI, especially with generative AI now, that has a lot of potential now,
Yes.
What's the next step or steps, if you may will, especially in this area, and how do you see like AI integrating, especially in healthcare in general, given our settings so far, like the For example, here at the Saudi and making progress and so forth. How do you see this happening?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the life for a PhD student after he graduated is started after the PhD. During the PhD, you are focusing on one solution. But I'm luckily that during my PhD, I didn't focus only on my PhD. I did some connection. I did my existence in JRCAI, the Joint Center KFUPM, allow me to collaborate with different researchers there. The explainable AI published paper, it was one of the project, the side project that I worked with one of the researchers, Dr. Saddam. And also there's 2 other papers coming, inshallah, from that period. So I think during my PhD, I was looking forward. Not only for the PhD, but I was trying to involve. And this is my advice to any PhD student. Don't close yourself to your project only. Try to supervise others, guide others, discuss with others. Try to involve yourself because your future is not the PhD period. The PhD period, at the end, it will last. You will finish it, inshallah. But what is your goals after the PhD? I think it started from the PhD, not the after PhD. Okay, regarding your second part of your questions, Saudi Arabia now, they have a big impact and potential in tech in general, especially in the healthcare. Healthcare needs a lot of work. I would not say it will be tomorrow or after tomorrow, but it's a long process. From a previous experience, they spent 3 years just for a binary classification to say this patient is referable or non-referable. Did the patient, and also to have an awareness for the patients to come to have the diagnosis. So I believe we are on the right track, but I think universities need to produce more AIs so they can be injected in different sectors. And as you know, in Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University, as we have these 2 hospitals, the Ta'lim Hospital. So we have a collaboration with doctors. Usually our project is collaborated with doctor to establish or to start. So it's a good environment to collaborate between an AI researcher and the hospital. And also after the PhD, I do have some of the research going on and the starting collaborations after the announcement of RIDIA. Inshallah, everything is coming, but I think working for someone who's working in healthcare, the outcomes, it's not easy to grab. Need a person to have a patient, a long vision, to see the consequences. Maybe it will, the fruits will come after 10 years, maybe. So it's not about the publication; it's about your impact as a Saudi, as a Saudi or someone who's lived in Saudi Arabia and want to collaborate to advance the healthcare with AI tools. I hope I answer your question.
Thank you. I just want to add one small comment. What you said is actually true, and based on my experience, my wife is a neurologist, and let me tell you, we worked on several projects, and one project was in dealing with the challenge of identifying multiple sclerosis, which is one of the known neurological conditions. Even with the work that we did, we feel, especially after meeting the medical experts, we feel like we really didn't do anything yet.
Yeah.
Even with our contributions, we barely scratched the surface. So there is always an opportunity, as you said, to collaborate with the medical experts, and we can definitely produce more results,
yes.
and of course, enable them, inshallah.
Totally agree with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have one small question. Have you compared AI with the other applications, AI diabetic detection by AI in Saudi Arabia?
Sorry.
Have you compared AI with the other available diabetic detection?
Okay. For this specific problem, there is a global applications or let's say initiatives that have been done in different countries. But specifically for diabetic retinopathy, it's a nation related. So when they started that, as I know, models, when I started my PhD and I met some of them to understand why do we need to have a specific modeling for Saudis. The retina for the, or let's say for the Arab people, it's different than the Western people. So we need to have, let's say, a special or a specific modeling for our population. We have different genetics. We have, and also the color eyes affected the decisions. So most of the lesions in the early stages with our eyes, it's concealed. They cannot be detected. While the same, if we look at it from the other countries, the same stage, it can be detected easily. So most of the broad model from outside failed to detect the Saudi retinas because of the genetics and the background in our population. Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Watha, for your advices and sharing your experience in your PhD. You can meet her anytime over here. Dr. Watha is here with us today. So we now have a break. You can all go to building 57 to see the posters. There's a poster session over there, so we're happy to take you all to building 57. Thank you so much. We'll be back, inshallah, by 11.
Okay, great.
Our next speaker is Engineer Noor Al-Mulla. She's a data scientist at Aramco Stream Digital Center, where she explores and implements cutting-edge digital transformation solutions to address challenges in the oil and gas industry. She holds a master's degree in artificial intelligence from KAUST, and she is passionate about driving innovation at the intersection of data science and energy. Please welcome, join me to welcome Engineer Al-Mulla.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Noor Al-Mulla. I'm a data scientist in Saudi Aramco. Let's imagine for a moment that you're a petroleum engineer and your AI model tells you to shut in a well. Would you follow that recommendation without asking why? Probably not. In our industry, decisions are high stakes. It's not enough for a model to be accurate, it has to be trusted. And trust comes from understanding, and that's where explainable AI comes in. Today, I'll walk you through how explainable AI can turn black box models into tools engineers can trust, not just to predict, but also to understand. Just a bit of background about myself. I graduated in 2011 with a bachelor's degree in computer science from Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University. And after that, I pursued my master's degree at KAUST in 2016, which deepened my interest in data science. And in 2018, I joined Saudi Aramco, where I've had the opportunity to take on multiple roles. Each one helped me understand how data science can make a real impact in complex industries like oil and gas. So this is how many AI models operate today. Data is fed in and a prediction comes out. But the black box model itself doesn't offer any explanation about how the prediction was made. So the only thing that it says is, I know I did it, but I don't know how I did it. Now let's look at what happens when we move away from the black box. With an explainable AI model, the process is clear. You still get the data input and the prediction output, but now you can understand exactly how the model arrived at its decision, just as you see in the bottom visualization. So unlike traditional AI models that provide predictions without revealing the reasoning behind them, XAI offers insights into how and why these decisions were made. And there are three core principles of explainable AI. We have first accountability, and it ensures that AI systems can be held responsible for their decisions and actions.
and also the ability to explain how the AI system reached a particular output or decision. On the other hand, we also have transparency, which refers to the ability to inspect and understand the internal workings of an AI system. And finally, interpretability is about making the outputs and decisions of an AI system understandable to humans through techniques like visualizations, natural language explanations, which enable users to trust the system's outputs and use them effectively. Next, let's see why XAI is critical in petroleum engineering in Exact, where decisions can have a major impact. This graph that you see on the left side of the screen shows the trade-off we often face in AI. On one axis, we have the model complexity, and on another axis, we have the human trust. We start with simple models like linear regression, decision trees, easy to understand, but often too limited for the complex problems we deal with in oil and gas. And as we move forward, more powerful models like random forest, XGBoost, and transformers, the complexity increases and the trust tends to drop here because it's harder to explain how these models make decisions. But in practice, we do need those complex models. And this is where XAI helps bridge that gap. So let's look at some of the most common problems tackled with AI in petroleum engineering. And they all benefit from explainability. One of the most famous problems is well failure prediction. It's not enough to know that a failure happened in a well. So for example, if the AI model tells you that the well failed, that's not enough. An engineer has to dig deeper. We need to understand the risk factors. Was it pressure? Was it temperature? A specific formation, perhaps? That insight is what helps engineers take the right action. Second example, we have production optimization. AI might suggest new settings to optimize a well, for example. But engineers need to validate those before making a move. So XAI helps explain the recommendation so it's not a blind adjustment. For our third example, we have lithology prediction or rock types prediction, which we will dive into in details later. Explainability here supports decisions like well placement and reservoir evaluation. And finally, for drilling accident forecasting, trust is everything. If people understand how the model is flagging risks, they are far more likely to act early and avoid costly or dangerous incidents. Now let's look at a few real-life incidents from multiple other industries that emphasize the importance of XAI. One real-world example that illustrates the importance of accountability in AI systems is the 2018 incident involving Uber's self-driving car. In March 2018, one of Uber's self-driving cars struck and killed a pedestrian in Arizona. There were questions about the safety protocols and testing procedures used by Uber, as well as the level of human oversight and monitoring of the autonomous vehicle. Later, they found out that the car's sensors had detected, actually, that the pedestrian, but the AI model failed to properly classify the objects and take appropriate action to avoid the collision. And also, the safety driver, who was supposed to be monitoring the vehicle, was distracted and failed to intervene in time to prevent the accident. Another real-world example that highlights the need for transparent AI happened also in 2018, where Amazon launched a new AI recruitment tool, where it was discovered later that their tool was biased against females. After intense investigation, the company discovered the root cause, which was based on training the model in historical data that reflected gender biases, especially among tech companies at that time. So in this example, if the inner workings of their model had been more transparent, the bias could have been detected earlier and addressed properly. And this is another motivation why we need to follow a more of a white box approach to ensure ethical and unbiased behaviors. In terms of interpretability, IBM Watson's oncology solution is one example that shows the importance of this pillar. It is an AI-powered tool deployed in hospitals. It provided multiple unsafe and incorrect treatment recommendations. Later, they found out that the AI model recommendations were trained mostly on synthetic data of cancer cases rather than real patients' data. However, when it was deployed in hospitals, it provided multiple unsafe and correct treatments. And recommendations were based on the expertise of a few specialists of each cancer type instead of guidelines and evidence. So in critical fields like healthcare and oil and gas, AI systems must be interpretable so that professionals can understand and verify the reasoning behind AI decisions. Now let us go through this well-known cheat sheet for explainable AI, where there are about 5 key categories that we'll go through. Let's assume that we built an AI model, and now we would like to start our explainability journey. We first ask this question: do we want to explain the model's decisions? And let's say our answer was yes. Then we need to ask another question: is the model I chose interpretable by design? If the answer is also yes, then we reach our first category, which is interpretable models. Interpretable models are the type of models that can be understood by a human without using an extra help or method to explain them. For example, we can look at the model parameters or weights and understand exactly how the prediction was made. A decision tree is one of the models that are interpretable by design. To understand how prediction was made, you simply have to trace the nodes from the top to the bottom of the tree, and you can understand how it reached a specific decision. There are also other examples such as logistic regression, k-nearest neighbors, and linear models in general. Unfortunately, a lot of problems require more complex models and not as interpretable by design as these linear ones. And we can see this case in computer vision problems, for example, or natural language processing. So in general, we have this trade-off between interpretability and model complexity. On the left, we have simpler models like decision trees, easy to understand, but limited in what they can capture. And on the right side, we have more powerful models like neural networks, better at handling complexity, but also much harder to explain. So we go back now to the cheat sheet. We ask another question here. For more complex models, do we need an explainability method that works on all models? If the answer is yes, then that leads us to our second category, which is model agnostic methods. Model agnostic explainability methods are so powerful because they can be applied to any machine learning model, regardless of its structure or type. These models do not rely on the specific architecture or internals of a given AI model, but instead treat the model as a black box and use various techniques to analyze and explain its behavior or predictions. And we have multiple techniques here, but the most prominent ones are SHAP, or called Shapley additive explanations. These explain predictions by calculating feature contributions using Shapley values. It gives both global and local insights. And the second one we have is LINE, a local interpretable model agnostic explanations. This approximates the model with simpler models to explain individual predictions. And it focuses on local case-specific explanations rather than explaining the global behavior of the model. Our main focus later on will be on SHAP, and I will go through an example on how we apply such techniques. So this is what I meant by global interpretation or local interpretation. Global looks at the whole model results, but local looks at specific examples. So coming back to our cheat sheet, let's say now I want a more advanced technique that works on specific models only, such as neural networks for computer vision or natural language processing tasks. Therefore, we branch to our third category here, which is called model-specific explainability methods. Model-specific methods, unlike the previous category, they consider or look at the structure of a machine learning or deep learning model in order to explain how it's reached a specific decision. And the advantage of using model-specific methods is that it allows us to get a deeper understanding of the decision, having known the internal workings of the model. And one common approach in this category that I think it was mentioned by one of the speakers in previous sessions is saliency maps. These are particularly used in image-based models to identify which parts of the image most influence the model's decisions. For example, let's say we have a model that classifies animals in images, and it correctly identifies a picture of a husky as a dog. A saliency map for this model would highlight the areas of the image that contributed the most to the prediction. In this case, we see the image on the right. The saliency map focused on the husky's face, especially the eye area, since this is a strong visual feature that the model uses to distinguish between different animals. Another category that is also very useful in giving explanations is a group that looks at special examples from the dataset to provide explainability or insights about the model. And these are specific-based methods, and there are two popular techniques under this one. We have counterfactuals and adversarial examples. Counterfactuals focus on the smallest change needed to alter the model's predictions for a specific instance. In simple terms, it's about finding out how much you need to adjust a feature for the outcome to change. For example, let's say a loan application is originally rejected, and let's say this is our class 1, and we want to understand how can we change the application so that it gets approved, class 2. And by altering the input features slightly, we can move the decision boundary and switch the outcome from rejected to approved. This is useful for understanding how sensitive the model is to changes in its inputs. On the other hand, we have adversarial examples. They are data points intentionally crafted to fool the model into making incorrect predictions, even though they may look normal to a human. They highlight the vulnerabilities of the model and can be useful for improving the model robustness. For example, if we look at the image there, researchers showed that adding a layer of noise to an image of a panda caused an image classification model to misclassify it as a gibbon. While a human wouldn't notice the noise, it completely changed the model's predictions. So this is something we need to be careful of, and it could really show us how the model reached a specific decision. Finally, we reach our last category in the cheat sheets, the focus on explaining the model's internals as well, which is neural representations. And the technique here is called feature visualization. It's a powerful tool for understanding the internal workings of a model by revealing the features that influence its decisions. While often associated with neural networks and deep learning in general, the principles of feature visualization can also be applied to other simpler models, but it's most impactful in deep learning due to the complex and hierarchical nature of these models. So it helps us see what specific patterns or features the model is focused on and at each layer of the network. For example, earlier layers might focus on basic elements such as edges or textures of an image, while deeper layers might detect higher level concepts such as faces, objects, or even abstract ideas, like we can see some neurons there detecting emotion, some neurons detecting brands, and so on. So imagine we have a facial recognition model that is supposed to identify people based on their faces. If the model misidentifies someone, feature visualization can help us figure out why. Maybe the model was focusing on irrelevant features in the image, such like background or lighting, instead of the person's actual face. And by visualizing the features that trigger the model's decisions, we can understand it's focusing on the right aspects and make adjustments to improve its performance. Now I would like to go back to the model agnostic methods, where we will dig deeper into one method, which is SHAP, that I explained earlier. And I'll provide an example on how to implement this method. Going back to the lithology prediction example, while it uses synthetic data here, it's designed to mirror real challenges encountered in drilling operations. And the task here is to predict the type of rock or lithology that the drill bit is encountering in real time, using drilling parameters. But why is this important? Because it can help engineers make more informed decisions on the fly, like adjusting weight on bit or the drilling speed, depending on the rock type. And it also offers a way to evaluate formations without the need for expensive downhole logging tools. And it also has the potential to reduce non-productive time, which is a major cost factor in drilling business. For this problem, some of our input features are shown in the image there, like torque, weight on bit, and so on. And the target is the lithology class, such as shale, sandstone, or limestone, depending on the rock type. Now let's take a look at how we can apply SHAP to explain our lithology prediction model. What you're seeing here is a SHAP summary plot, and it gives us a high-level view of which input features are driving the model's predictions and how. On the y-axis, we can see we have the input features, things like weight and bit, torque, and so on. And on the x-axis, it shows the SHAP value. This represents how much the feature is pushing the prediction either towards the right, towards a specific class, or to the left towards another class. And each dot on the plot is a single data point, so we're seeing thousands of predictions here, all at once. And this is a global explanation. Now look at the color. We have two colors here, the red dots and the blue dots. The more red represents high values of that feature, and the more blue it represents low values of that feature. So for example, if you see a cluster of red dots, as you see there on the very far left of the image, it means that low values of that feature are strongly pushing the model towards a specific lithology class. So we see that it also has importance in this problem. So this plot helps us answer two key questions. Which feature matter the most overall to the model? And that's by looking from top to bottom, so top is the most important. And how do changes in those features affect the prediction? That's left to right, and by looking at the color pattern as well. Now let's zoom into individual predictions as local explanations using the SHAP force plot, which breaks down exactly how feature contributed to a single outcome. In the first example there, we can see that the model predicted 48% probability for dolomite. So predicted that this specific example is 48% probability being a rock type of dolomite. And here you'll notice that the red bars on the left of the image represents features that are pushing the prediction up toward dolomite, and on the other hand, the blue bars are pushing it away from being a rock type of dolomite. And the base value on the center is the model's average prediction across the entire data set. And each feature shifts the value up or down. Now, in the second example, the model predicted 100% probability for sandstone rock type, meaning it's very confident. And here you see that the red features on the right are strongly pushing the prediction towards sandstone, and there's very little blue resistance on the left. So overall, the force plot lets us break down and visualize the impacts of each feature on a single prediction, helping us explain both uncertain and confident cases. And to wrap up, in petroleum engineering, explainability isn't just a nice to have, it's essential. It turns complex models into trusted tools, empowering engineers to make informed decisions and improve outcomes. By making AI transparent, we unlock the full potential to drive real-world impact. Thank you all for listening, and I would also like to thank the organizers of Women in Data Science for the opportunity to share these insights with you today. Thank you.
We open the floor for questions. Any question? Yeah, there is a question from Dr. Fatima. The mic. Dr. Fatima, okay, معنا المايك هنا.
يعطيك العافية. Just have a question about that. When we figure out that specific features it's causing the change, do we need to train the module from the scratch, or we gonna to save something in the middle, the weights and the features, and then we get it to retrain it only for that feature?
That's a very nice question. I don't think necessarily every time you need to retrain. It depends on what you understood from those features. But I think it also helps with feature selection. Like after you build your baseline model and you explain it and you look at those features, it helps you understand, as I mentioned, what are the most important features, so you can really select the features that matter the most to the model. And another thing that it helps with, in the case of not retraining, is to explain this to engineers, especially in our field, in oil and gas. Engineers that I work with as data scientists, they do not understand whenever I show results of the model. I have to show why the model reached to that decision. And coupling that with their domain expertise, it helps us either to move forward to retrain or probably keep it the same. It depends on the problem, but sometimes, yeah, it depends. It might require retraining.
So we look at it as to make a decision is more likely to improving the module at some point.
Exactly. Either improving or explaining the results to the subject matter experts.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, is there ever a case where you're giving AI the entire responsibility of making a decision for systems that are super critical and time sensitive?
Can you repeat? I didn't get the question.
So is there ever a case where you're giving AI the entire responsibility to make a decision, especially in cases where it's very critical to make a decision really fast?
It depends on the domain. In oil and gas, definitely not. We will never give the AI model the full responsibility to make decisions. We always use it as an advisory tool. So we call it advisory. Whenever, as an IT entity in Saudi Aramco who supports petroleum engineers, whenever we get a solution out there that is AI powered, we call it an advisory solution because it always has to be coupled with engineers' knowledge to make the final decision. But in other domains that are maybe not as critical as oil and gas or health, I think we might be able to do that, yeah, give the full responsibility. If we believe that the AI model is accurate, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for such a lovely speech. So we will move on now to our next speaker. Our
our next speaker is Dr. Fatima Abu Salim. She's a professor of computer science at the American University of Beirut, and she holds a master in pure mathematics from AUB, and a doctor of philosophy in computing from the University of Oxford. Her former research area has been in the computer algebra, with a focus on developing parallel and cache-efficient algorithmic designs. Her recent research area in data science with impact within a variety of problems in the social, health, agriculture, and environmental sciences. In her work, she incorporates advanced machinery that can mitigate the effect of not so big data sets, such as imbalanced machine learning. As of late, she's involved in several projects that quantify methods from critical discourse analysis and critical security studies. Please join me in a virtual welcome to Dr. Fatima, who's joining us online. Dr. Fatma, you can start now.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction. I presume I can start now. Okay, great, ladies. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very honored as well, not least because of WITS and my kind of sort of long-standing history with the conference. But there is nothing actually closer to my heart than to be able to give talks for inspiration to very young ladies and, of course, gentlemen around. So I think I can begin sharing my screen. And of course, I'm at the stage of my career where I care more to set stories for guidance and caution in the discipline rather than my own self-promotion. And I would like the audience to treat this as an opportunity to kind of reflect further when you get a chance to see my recording or talk. There could be a lot that I may not be able to cover very deeply, but I want everyone to know that I would be very happy to mentor further in that direction or provide resources, because this is going to be a very important subject. So as the title says, I'm going to be covering very briefly insights from trustworthy machine learning. And of course, the opening visual shows you a ship that has probably been engineered to the best standards. But when it was put out to sail, it kind of sort of something happened and it just crashed. And the idea is that there's something very similar happens in conventional machine learning pipeline we've all taught and learned and even published profusely in. That's a pipeline where you're sort of thinking of a very simplistic straight line, beginning with data, features, and output, subjecting it to a suite of machine learning, deep learning algorithms, and producing a model that maybe gets you an estimate in regression or prediction, classification. And really, for many years, the obsession has been on maximizing performance in terms of accuracy, MSEs, and other very conventional metrics. But why is accuracy not enough nowadays? Because I think we are moving into a stage in the industry or academia where people care to know what happens when the machine learning gets deployed, and a lot of things we didn't think existed are going to happen. So I'll start off with a few very simple examples to convince you, hopefully, why accuracy is not enough. So let's take a look at the image on the right side. Let's say you want to help a doctor determine whether a patient has retinal vein occlusion. And the question we need to ask, does the doctor trust the prediction? I mean, they've got to, they have to. There's no way they could delegate that entirely to a machine learning model. And that's where interpretability, as one of many paradigms under trustworthy ML, comes to the surface. Should the doctor double check the prediction? Do they want to go in as a human in the loop? Is there something that the model did not know? And that is covered by uncertainty quantification. Again, another example from the law field. Let's say we want to help a judge decide whether to give a defendant bail. Does a judge trust the prediction, very much like in the earlier slide? But of course, more importantly, does the algorithm that was used discriminate against minorities? I mean, for a judge, fairness is of paramount importance. Okay, more mundanely, let's look at a self-driving car example. Let's say we deploy on a self-driving car model to help it classify obstacles along the road. Should the car act more cautiously? Is there something that probably was not revealed? And that's again uncertainty quantification. But again, what if the car is driving in a new city in different weather conditions? Is the model robust enough to adapt to changes in the distribution? So then, these were just very few examples of an emerging prerequisite for machine learning models that need to be deployed in the real world, that need to exit, to get out of your lab and your experiments. And that takes us beyond test set accuracy. There are 5 areas of focus in my presentation, but needless to say, there's quite a lot more that I'm not able to cover. So I'll guide you briefly through robustness and then uncertainty quantification, a bit on fairness, and then interpretability, and most importantly for me, as somebody who's dealt with data from the Middle East, machine learning for small data. Just a word of alert here. The talk is partly model-centric and partly data-centric. I'll try to highlight how at every stage. Let's begin with ML robustness, and most importantly, what we call distributional shift adaptation. So, distributional shift adaptation maintains the performance and reliability of models when the underlying data distributions change or other statistical properties. So what you see here on the right side is an example where the features themselves have shifted in distribution. It could be the input features, it could be the relationship between them, or the relationship between input and output features. There are multiple sources of shifts that environmental scientists need to be aware of. So environmental conditions, which tend to be very volatile, societal behaviors as well, and policy interventions that could perhaps impact some changes to the data distributions themselves. Now, what would be an unreliable way of doing machine learning under these environments? That's when you assume a static environment, and the sort of distributions will remain static, no matter how much new data is being fed into your model. In a nutshell, that's when you're unprepared for abrupt changes, and we know that abrupt changes are really plentiful in environmental conditions. Now, tackling distributional shifts is where you begin to become a responsible machine learning or trustworthy machine learning practitioner. Of course, there are many sort of things you could do to mitigate the problem, the simplest of which is to simply retrain your model, kind of expose it to the changes that have disrupted the data distributions or changed them, and of course to then redeploy them. But that tends to be a very naive and kind of brute force approach. Other kind of more clever approaches would be to weight historical data, and that's when you apply less weight to all the data when retraining models knowing they can't be trusted anymore, something has changed, and smooth the effects of drift while still leveraging historical patterns for overall knowledge. Domain adaptation also is a very key technique that helps a machine learning model train in the source domain. The source is where your lab has been, so to speak, generalized to the target domain, and that's real-life deployment. Also very useful, although underplayed by a lot of people, and that's something I get to kind of emphasize in my data science courses, that feature engineering, where you kind of add or recreate features to capture new latent data patterns and removing obsolete features. Interpretability is next on the list. I would like to kind of sort of highlight feature selection versus sharp as explainability, and of course, what is wrong with opaqueness, machine learning that are black box and basically a complete enigma to people, and rendering them with completely limited understanding of how AI is working. Now, these are not just obscure. These are systems that cannot be audited, they cannot be debugged, and they are prone to pick up biases from data without actually revealing it to you. As a simple example, let's assume that the algorithm is set to turn left for a reason in a self-driving car, but we do not know what the reason is. Cannot be an answer after a self-driving car accident. That's for safety. Think of mortgage algorithms for lending. At some point in time, were documented to have been significantly more likely to deny home loans to people of color than to white people with similar financial characteristics, and that's from Chicago in 2021. People need to know what made the AI tool biased. Now, feature selection is one paradigm that helps you somehow understand which features in your dataset have the most influence on your model's predictions, and by influence I mean weights, and there could be a plethora of reasons you want to do that, apart from just maintaining that your model is not biased. Some people would say, of course, this is more economical. If I can understand which features are more important, I can just do without the rest of them that have been probably more expensive to collect. But honestly, it's about insight, it's about fairness. And an example about what feature selection could answer for you, let's say you're trying to predict house prices using the number of bedrooms in the neighborhood, and you really want to know, is the number of bedrooms more important than square footage, or is the neighborhood making the biggest difference? That's quite okay, but again, that's a bit too limited. Chat comes here for more insightful revelations. Chat captures a feature's contribution to the final prediction, and comes into flavors, a global and a local one. So we'll give an example about a global interpretability for chat, and let's consider it in the context of a credit scoring model, right? You want to kind of build a classifier that kind of gives a score whether a certain client should, the credit they should be receiving. A global interpretation might tell you that income and credit history are the two most important factors in general. A local interpretability would actually zoom in or hone in around a certain customer and explain why they got rejected for a loan. Maybe their recent payment history weighed heavily on that decision. Of course, as I said earlier, these are not just explanations to be taken on the fly. These are explanations that could help you decide whether in certain places, if your model is giving sort of more weight to credit history, could this have been sort of disadvantage certain people in a certain environment. Uncertainty quantification is really also on the top of my list nowadays. There are plenty of paradigms to capture uncertainty, but I will try to give a few leads about informal prediction, and really I cannot advise everyone enough to begin reading about this new paradigm. But uncertainty quantification in general, I'll try to provide a simple example. So let's look at the figure on the right side. The question is, everybody asks themselves, do I need more data? Will obtaining additional information help me make better decisions? And please, I'm not really referring to accuracy. I think the things that I've started to kind of caution against are, okay, my model is probably 95% accuracy, I can just go home. And no, we need to ask whether in certain cases obtaining additional information might yield a little bit more towards uncertainty quantification. For example, let's see the robot is not sure if the object on the right-hand side is a fork or a spoon. Is it worth moving closer to get a better look? Meaning, is it kind of worth getting more additional information? Now, of course, two types of uncertainties that are known in the literature. Let's say you want to give a loan to an individual, but they failed to repay. You want to know what happened. What went wrong in your prediction? The first type is epistemic uncertainty, where it's due to limitations in our knowledge about the world. Maybe the individual had bad credit score, but we didn't bother checking, and that's a situation where, yes, obtaining additional information could have been really the way to go. The atomic uncertainty, unfortunately, is something that is so intrinsic and can't be avoided, and the best you could do is just measure how much of it is happening in your machine learning environment. Let's say the individual got robbed. Gathering additional information would not have helped. There is too much randomness around. What if they lived in a dangerous neighborhood? And that's really not something that the model could overcome at all. One of the very emerging gathering momentum methods to help you capture uncertainty is confounded prediction, and it really comes into flavor question. One way to distinguish, let's begin with classification. So that's probably a place where you want to look at the traditional way of classifying, which is simply classifying an instance based in an overlap region based on the highest probability that is released by a certain model. So let's say predict this patient has cancer with some probability that is above a certain threshold. Say your threshold is 60, your probability comes to be 70, and then you classify them as cancerous. On the right side is a place where, no, the overlap could be in multiple places. And this is not about classification, this is about prediction, and I would like to make the distinction. So here you're not just saying cancer or not. Let me say low-grade cancer, middle-grade cancer, high-grade cancer, just to account for 3 classes. This is a place where, no, we don't want one outcome. We want to think about an instance where you could say, yes, I could see that a certain instance here has an overlap between orange and green. Those are the 2 possible sets, and that could be middle grade, high grade cancer, and that gives us room to interfere and get a human in the loop to sort of do things in a more responsible fashion for their patient. So far it's been really mostly model-centric issues. Fairness is something that is more tied to data-centric issues. Of course, bearing time considerations, all I want to say are a few things. I've picked up an example from energy justice, which I think is a very, very compelling theme. Why energy justice is a place where fairness can play a big, big impact, because it might be that because of things have been collected or models have been trained, that certain communities get treated unfairly based on racial, gender, and I'm not sure what happens depending on the culture in question, but that impacts your policy. That probably could mean that depending on the fairness or the lack of it, you might end up denying clean energy laws or upgrades to marginalized groups. Now, of course, because again of the shortage of time, I'll just maybe hopefully show this slide for a couple of seconds, and anyone interested could just go along with it. So one of the sources of the biases could have been due to data collection biases, and I'm not sure if these things are being taught nowadays in standard data science courses. Sampling, selection, aggregation, and measurement biases tend to be kind of traditional, classic sources of data collection biases, but also I think what is less taught and less emphasized in courses is model development biases. So feature selection, did your model actually, has it been guided by features that prioritize wealth indicators as opposed to other features? And that means something. That means you're sort of definitely going to disadvantage people who are less wealthy. Evaluation metrics, if you rely too much on accuracy, too much on purity metrics, that's what we call accuracy is a purity metric, like the majority. That's, of course, you're ignoring equity. Reward functions in your model, of course, can favor majority groups. They penalize the minority groups a lot, and you've got to be mindful, especially in the context of cost-sensitive learning. And of course, there are ways to mitigate machine learning bias. Basically, number one is to reveal, be transparent, reveal any bias features, and go and figure out why that happened. Adjust for context. The domain adaptation comes back again here, like real-world data, and sort of retrain or sort of adapt by some forms of transfer learning or meta learning. Let's move on quickly to machine learning for small data. Not all data is so big, right? Why small data? What is it? It's limited data, it's high dimensional, a lot of features, significantly more higher features than normal, and it's expensive to collect. And the focus here are more on causation and understanding what's going on and not prediction. And you see it a lot really in medical applications or fraud applications. So this is human scale data that is intentionally collected. We're not talking about IoT or social media. The challenges for small data, not only it's low volume, it's very complex for a model to learn enough, and it's very susceptible to distributional shifts that tend to happen even with big data, but more so with smaller data. Traditional models actually falter. Now, types of small data could be imbalanced, like in cancer. Very few people have cancer compared to the general population. Incomplete data, let's say you're trying to capture NDVI, vegetation indices on cloudy days where things are not so clear, maybe insufficient, maybe birth defects that have been collected in a national registry where certain areas have not been covered, and maybe they're just rare, like drought events that do not happen very often, but when they do, it's actually very problematic. Now, this slide that I'm going to kind of show, I think I need to be wrapping up soon. I was hoping we could just maybe do 5 minutes to wrap up. Luckily, everything is kind of has placeholders where you could see my publications that are coming shortly and follow up on them if you're interested. And of course, I'd be very happy to answer questions. Machine learning for small data can be kind of tackled at 3 levels: data, model, and evaluation. Although I would say SMOTE or artificially sampling is kind of becoming very dubious nowadays. I would opt more for feature engineering, human cognitive laws that could maybe teach you to link individual and that's where you kind of overcome the small scale. Cost-sensitive learning or meta learning, transfer learning are model-centric ways to overcome small data, and evaluation metrics where you prioritize your call over precision. Now, so what I want to wrap up is very, very quickly, I've chosen, and I realize time is not going to be 40 minutes, so I just kind of took a sample. So there were 3 projects where there was a tour of techniques that we kind of chose in the realm of trustworthy ML. One of the things that we saw in that, along that line was in trying to predict the level of cadmium and water contamination in Lebanon. Lebanon is a very small country, and it's kind of testing for cadmium in every single water resource was pretty much impossible to do. I think the most important thing we kind of featured in that study regarding trustworthy machine learning is to kind of do the feature engineering that link not only anthropogenic data sources like open dumps, burning of dumps, industrial activities and agricultural activities, but also a kind of more of an investigative process where we kind of collected the distance from major power plants to the springs, traffic congestion, precipitation rates, and all that. And the study, of course, that is linked in this slide tells us how much did we actually improve our knowledge of estimates of cadmium. Approximating evapotranspiration, which is an irrigation metric, to help farmers figure out how much to sort of water their crops or plants. And the idea was, yes, this is a high-risk situation. This is a place where pretty much, at least in Lebanon, you've got maybe kind of wet winters and cold springs, but it's mostly on very rare days in summer when it's very hot. So this was also small data, and the paradigms that worked brilliantly for us where we actually outperformed a lot of standard other models where, thanks to few-shot meta learning and utility-based evaluation metrics that tell you how much your model is doing well on very extremely hot and dry days. My last favorite example is when we attempted to kind of study the relationship between the exposure to air pollution in Lebanon and birth defect risk that we sort of collected from the National Birth Registry. The literature on the air pollution epidemiology has been actually conflicting. Like, do they not? Do ambient air pollutants contribute to birth defects? And if so, which pollutants and which defects? Over here, I think this is where the readers might want to see that our choice to do trustworthy ML featured around a cost-sensitive learning to penalize against the majority being non-birth defects, CHAP to help guide clinicians understand whether our model could be trusted. Is it the fact that a highly educated mother is less prone to encounter birth defects or not? Of course, and feature selection. Obviously, I think 2 things came out of this study, or several. The associations definitely were shown, SO2, NO2, and PM2.5, obviously, yes, being highly associated with birth defects. An increase in consanguinity, that's where the mother and father are very kind of related. Existence of medical history, exposure are kind of features that increase the likelihood of birth defects. And on the other hand, increase in mother's education level or consuming folic acid before conception lowered the probability. That was all made possible by SHAP interpretability. I think I made it on time. Thank you for listening so far. And I would be very happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Professor Fatima. I hope you can hear me. So the floor is open for questions. I believe we have here someone with the mobile and Joel for questions to send to Dr. Fatima. Any questions?
Thank you, Alafi.
So I think we don't have any more questions. So we will move on to the next speaker.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. I have one question. What do you see, like, between applying trustworthy AI in science and between applying it in social problems? What is
I'm sorry, but I think the acoustics are not good. I'm sorry that I couldn't get your question at all. Is there a way you can probably communicate that in the chat or on WhatsApp? I'm sorry about that. I would have loved to be around, but I think for compelling reasons I couldn't make it. I'll read the question from here. Wow, what a, I couldn't see this coming. But that's quite interesting because I've done research in both scientific and social science applications. At least I could say from my own experience, there is little, if any, difference at all. In many places, I found myself leveraging absolutely the same kind of paradigms from trustworthy ML to help address issues arising from the lack of robustness, the lack of clarity, the small data in both paradigms. And I think that's just how how it is. Science, especially sort of, we're not talking sort of biology or sort of genetic kind of sciences. We're talking more healthcare, anything related to sort of the human beings. And as I said, it's data that is not intentionally collected. This is not Twin Cities and IoT. This is human beings. I think, if anything, I would say the alignment is 100% kind of overlapping. I hope that answers your question.
Since there's no more questions, please thank Dr. Fatima, Professor Fatima, for the talk. And we will go for the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Shinlu. She's a postdoctoral researcher at the Center of Integrated Petroleum Research at CPG here in KFUPM. She holds a PhD in Energy Resources and Petroleum Engineering from KAUST, and she earned her master's degree in petroleum engineering and her bachelor degree in software engineering. Before pursuing her PhD, she was working with Sinopec, and her research focuses now on applying artificial intelligence to petroleum engineering and geoscience problems. Please join me to welcome Dr. Shu here.
I'm so honored to be given the opportunity to speak here. of my presentation is deep learning applications in geoscience image processing. Here, I will talk about four application cases. First one is using DenseNet for Dawhan picture classification. The second case is using multi-CNN models for depositional faces prediction. Case 3 is using Deep Lab V3 ResNet 50 to improve image resolution and for the multi-scale Paul network model generation. Case 4 is using stable diffusion model for missing core intervals reconstruction. Now let's look at the first case. We know that in geology research, sync sections are always very important. Sync sections provide us with textures, key components, minerals, and a lot of information of the rock. However, we know that observing the sync sections is always manually intensive, time-consuming, subjective, and requires advanced knowledge. So here, so in this case, I used deep learning to classify the Dawhan textures of sync sections very quickly. We know that Dawhan textures is a geology system to classify the sync sections based on the textures and the grain proportions. Here I used a DenseNet 1-to-1 to classify the sync sections. The basic Dawhan texture classifications, there are 4 classes: the mudstone, whackstone, packstone, and grindstone. But in this case, in our study area, the widespread stromatoporoid bound float rockstone cannot be destroyed, cannot be neglected. So in this case, we classified the sync sections into 5 classes. Here I used DenseNet 1-to-1 to do this job and used less than 1 minute. Let's look at the result. We got the final accuracy is about 89% accuracy, and we can see most of the misclassifications come from the whackstone and the packstone classification. That means that's why because there are 2 kinds of packstones: the mud-dominated packstone and the grain-dominated packstone. That's why it brings us some misclassifications. But in Lucia classification, it would not be a problem anymore. Let's look at the second case, using multi-CNN models for depositional faces prediction. Before I get started, let me briefly introduce the depositional faces in our study area. There are 5 depositional faces. FC1 is bioturbated from vinifera mudstone to packstone. FC2 is sharp-based interclastic pilloid skeletal grindstone. FC3 is uncoiled packstone to grindstone. FC4 is stromatoporoid flowstone bundstone. And FC5A is cross-bedded skeletal from vinifera grindstone. Here I highlighted the identification features of each face. We can see some of the faces are characterized by the unique fabric, like FC1. This is the only mud-dominated fabric among these 5 faces. And FC4 is characterized by the stromatoporoid texture, and some of the faces can be identified by the unique component, like FC3 is characterized by the uncoils. That means if we can see uncoiled in a sync section, this sync section must come from FC3. So based on these identification features, I generated this workflow. In the first step, I used a VGG to classify the dominant 5 fabrics. If it's mud-dominated, it comes from FC1. If it's stromatoporoid dominated, it comes from FC4. and the other green-dominated sections are moved to the second step. So in the second step, I used a unit to identify the uncoils. If it has uncoiled, it must come from FC3, and the other sections without uncoils are moved to the third step. So in the third step, I use the VGG again to identify the pylloid ridge texture. If it's rich in pylloid, it comes from FC2. The others belongs to FC5A. Now let's look at the result. We can see we got the final accuracy. We got the final accuracy of 86%. And here I would like to highlight most of the misclassifications come from the FC3 identification. That is the uncoiled identification by unit. So that means if we can that means if we can introduce some manual intervention only in this step, our final accuracy can be improved greatly. Now let's look at, let me briefly introduce the third case using DeepLab V3 ResNet 50 to improve the image resolution for multi-scale pro network modeling. We know that there are some challenges in poor structure visualization. We know that 2D scene sections have low resolution and cannot capture the 3D pore structures. And SEM has high resolution, but it cannot fully capture the 3D pore structures. And the micro-CT scanning can capture and visualize in 3D. However, the resolution is relatively lower. It cannot resolve the pores smaller than 3 microns per pixel. So that means the macropores and the micropores cannot be accurately visualized at the same time. So in this study, we used the machine learning to solve this problem step by step. Here, let me introduce the materials and our methodologies. First, I used an inch diameter rock sample and scanned it by micro-CT at a resolution of 30 microns per pixel. And I also drilled some mini plugs drilled from the inch plug at a resolution of 6 microns per pixel. And scan it by at the resolution of 6 microns per pixel. So in the comparison, we can see there are three phases. There are three phases within the rock sample. The macropores, the black area, and some grains, the light gray area, and also have some dark green area. That is the micropores media, which contains both micropores and solid. So here I used the super resolution segmentation algorithm to help us to get the high resolution segmented micro-CT image of the low resolution inch plug micro-CT image. So here I used the segmented micro-CT image of the mini plug as output, and the low resolution the original micro-CT image of the inch plug as input to train a model. After that, we can get the accurately segmented micro-CT images of the inch plug. Here I would like to talk about some details. Here I used the small size image patches instead of the large scale original images to train the model, because considering the computational demand, because we train the model based on image patches, so in the prediction part, I used the trained model to segment the micro-CT images patch by patch as well and stitch them together. Now let's look at the result. Column B is the original low-resolution micro-CT images. Column C is our result. And column E is the reference images. So in the comparison, we can see the faces boundaries, which could not be delineated in the original low-resolution images. And with our method, the faces boundaries can be clearly described. This is a 3D view of our result. After calculation, we got the 83% accuracy for macro-pore segmentation and 84% accuracy for micro-pore media segmentation. And after that, when we got the accurate segmented images, we can generate the macropores and the micropores separately, which macropores extracted from the segmented micro-CT images directly, and the micropores is generated from the high-resolution SEM images. And the distribution of the micropores is determined by the accurate segmented micro-CT images we obtained in the last step. But this is another story. Our last case is using stable diffusion model for missing core intervals reconstruction. We know that a persistent challenge in working with cores is a frequent absence of certain intervals due to unavoidable circumstances. And also after drilled some plugs, the missing plugs would destroy would break the continuous of the cores, which brings some inconvenience in our observation. So this is our workflow. First, we cropped the core part from the entire cores and stitched them together. This step aims to keep the continuity of the cores. Then we use a slider window to scan the entire core to extract a lot of patches, which will be used as our training data. Then we use a stable diffusion model to recover to reconstruct the missing part. The stable diffusion model, the process can be separated into forward process and a reverse process. First, we use the image patches we obtained in last step, and to each patches we get a mask. A mask means the masked part, we assume that the masked part is unknown. So we use this one, and we use these clean images and add Gaussian noise into the clean image until the clean image become full of Gaussian noise. Then in the reverse process, we removed the noise step by step to recover the clean image. Now let's look at the result. The rectangle shows the result. The left one is the original reference image, and the right one is our reconstructed image. So we can see we reconstructed the different faces, different lasers very well, and also in the fourth comparison, we can see we reconstructed the missing plugs as well. These are our results. So AI has universal application in geoscience and petroleum engineering. In present, impressive performance surpass the conventional methods in terms of accuracy and efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shu. We won't be able to take questions because we are running late. So there is a networking activity after the next speaker, so we can have more questions and discussions. So let me introduce our next speaker, Ms. Ru'a Bakar. She's a PhD student in chemical engineering at KFUPM, and she's part of the first international female batch admitted to the university. Her research applies machine learning to predict combustion properties and optimize renewable fuel formulation. Please join me to welcome Ms. Roa. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming.
It's my pleasure to be here with you today. I'm Roa Afkar, PhD student, and I'm here to reflect the implementation of AI in engineering field and how it can help us to tackle the environmental challenges. I would like to invite you all to think with me such questions. How can AI help us to protect our environment? I will represent my research in implementing AI in smoke point predictions, and to answer such questions we require to understand the need for such a research, and how that impact our environment. As we know today, the dependency on fossil fuel span across various sectors, from power generations into heavy industry such as the cement industry and steel industry, into transportation sector. Among all these sectors, transportation considered the highest consumer of fossil fuel, with more than 95% consumed comparable to renewable energy sources. And such dependency comes with the consequences, emissions. Emissions such as the CO2 that can contribute to the global warming, nitrogen oxide that affect the acid rain, and sulfuric oxide that can affect the respiratory problems to the soot. Soot, which is considered a particulate, a carbonaceous particulate matter that has formed due to incomplete combustion, and is considered the second major contributor for the global warming, because it helps to increase the thermal radiation, which leads to the ice melting, and it has really environmental pollution effects and also affect human health, specifically when their particles is very small size. And there's a lot of regulation about the amount of soot is acceptable in the environment. There is many ways to measure the soot, and one of the most important method is the smoke point itself, because the smoke point is the height of the flame without emitting soot. So the relationship between the soot and the smoke is reversible. The higher the smoke point, that means a lower sooting tendency of the fuel. And to do our research, we select a base fuel that has the capability to mimic the real gasoline. This basic fuel contains of isooctane, heptane, and toluene with a specified amount of functional group, because the real gasoline consists of thousands of functional groups that need to be categorized into specific parts. And we add the oxygenated functional group to enhance our fuel, and also to transfer it into being a surrogate type of fuel with a high emission of soot into more biofuels and environmentally friendly fuels with a lower sooting content. The combination was done experimentally by a variety of percentage of the blend from 2% into 14%. We merged the fuels, and we use a magnetic stereo to ensure the uniform of the fuel type, and there is no phase separation. And we insert a wick, a cotton wick, in that fuel, and we ignited the wick. Then we measure it. The step is to assure that the height of the flame at the beginning at 10 ml, so that the wick will absorb all our fuel. Then we increase the height of the fuel until the soot appears. Then we reduce the height until the suit disappears. The height where there is no suit is considered as the measurement, but we take the reading 3 times, and we assure the difference between each reading is not exceeding the 1 mm. Then we will take the average. This will be considered our first point data for our models. In the prediction step, we have collecting all these data from a different functional group. We use ether, alcohol, and ketone, and we collect these data experimentally. So the benefit of using AI is to reduce the experimental cost and time, because there's a variety of blend we can get. And to get the optimum type of fuels, we have to go through a variety of percentage blending to assure the uniformity of the fuel. Also, it will help us to develop a framework for the existing type of fuel and for the novel fuel that in the future. The steps consist of collecting the data experimentally, the data pre-processing, because we have a variety of functional groups, and also implementing the AI models. The models show a good approximate values for the lower error values for the ANN models, because the relationship between our data is highly nonlinear. The combustional properties regularly is nonlinear properties. And it was really a good opportunity for me during the past year to participate in the Canadian conference for representing my research posters, and winning the best poster presentation under the theme of renewable and AI fuels, and to grant a research from KFUPM here. And also, this is one of the good opportunities I had is participating in the Chemical-Mathon, where I participate in a team consist of chemists, computer science, and chemical engineer to solve the problems related to safety of industries. And that type of problem, we use the GPT's capabilities with RAG to help to identify the statement operational procedure for each device in the industry. And thank you very much for your listening.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. So now we're going to have our poster session, and there's finger food outside, etc. But here we have an activity. So to get to know new people around you to network, I want you to scan this barcode. It's changing as you see, and then try to find someone who has the same barcode, question as you, and go together to that poster in order to discuss more about it. So scan and see your luck with that. So we're going to come back here, I think at 1:10-ish, or 1, let's say 1. There's one thing that I forgot to tell you about. Some of you registered to the workshop, the main workshop, but did not register to the technical sessions. We have 4 technical sessions. Did you scan this? Should I go to the technical session link? So we're going to have 4 technical sessions. One is going to be in this auditorium, and the rest are going to be in building 57. So this is the QR code for the technical sessions. We have the first one related to using generative AI in the oil and gas industry. This is number 1.
And then we have number 2 is related to accelerating your research with generative AI, with generative AI. The third workshop that's going to be here is related to eliciting ethical requirements for AI applications. And then, and then lastly we have, I think it's GenKit or Fire GenKit, something like that. That is related to generating, using Gen AI to build products. That's the fourth session. So, okay, so this is the link and you're going to find the 4 workshops here.
going to be here at 3:30.
Assalamu alaikum. We will start shortly the third session. The poster session and lunch break is over. If you haven't registered to the technical workshops, it's fine, you can attend. So these are the rooms for the different workshops. You can attend without pre-registration. So no need to pre-register, these are just the rooms. If you didn't receive a confirmation email, also that's fine, you can attend, and these are the rooms. So on the screens, I will repeat, are the rooms for the technical workshops. You can attend even if you haven't registered. So this is going to be, it's going to start at 3:30 to 4:30. So this is the last session we're going to have. And now we're going to start training. And now we come to the last session of our Women in Data Science workshop. And we're going to focus talk about AI from an industry perspective. And our first guest here is Dr. Justin Borgai, the CEO of Thea Technology. She is dedicated to empowering research and business through integration of AI tools for automated image and video analysis. She was motivated to establish this startup or company by the challenges that she faced during her PhD in plant sciences at KAUST, performing manual image analysis during her biology experiments. She has committed to her, and she needed to do by herself. She committed herself to assessing scientists across various fields. So let's welcome together Dr. Justin.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for inviting me today. And I had a slide saying thank you, but it got removed. So thanks again. I'm very happy to be here. I was invited 2 years ago to give a workshop, and now they just contacted me to give a talk, and I feel very, special, and it's a very nice time. We were having a lot of discussions, and just to see progression in general in life is very, very rewarding. So thanks again. Today I'm going to talk about accelerating research with computer vision, but I'm going to take a different spin than what we've seen so far. Everything that all the very interesting talks that we had were more based on technical capabilities, a lot of coding. I'm removing all of this, we all know code. And I'm going to go through the journey of why computer vision can accelerate research, although we had a couple of examples. We're going to just go through it again. And I'm going to start also with my personal journey. So I have a kind of a diverse background. So I started with chemistry and physics and mathematics for my bachelor in French. And then I moved to biotechnology for my master, and I finished with a PhD in plant science at KAUST. So already we're having 3 different fields, 3 different topics, and now I'm the CEO and co-founder of Thea Technology. And basically I started really understanding what is research and what are the different components of research, resilience, repetition, failures, and all of these are linked also sometimes with image analysis and image processing. And so by all those repetition, you have to process a lot of images, and I got confronted with this reality during my master. I did an internship in a company in Oxford called Oxitec. It's a biotech company, and one of my experiments was to prepare insect experiments with 1,000 eggs. So I had pictures like this of eggs collected, and my team was counting it by hand. And I was like, there is no way that I'm going to count all of those eggs by myself every time I have to do an experiment. But I have no coding expertise. We are talking 2014, so it's a bit longer already. And what I did with what I had. So I looked at the images, took image J, reversed the contrast and the colors, and then counted the black pixel versus white pixel, got an average of the size of one egg, extrapolate that to all of my pixel number with Excel, write a little code on SQL, and that was it. I had my first automated counting technique. And then I thought maybe I'm going to be done and I'm going to move on, but in my PhD I had to count seeds, germinated and non-germinated seeds, so a little bit more complex. And during those counting, the seeds, it's a little bit shifted, but you can see that there is a root. That root length is changing. The orientation is also changing. And so it was very time-consuming. My team has been counting those seeds by hand for the last 10 years before I joined the lab. I did this experiment once, and I was like, I'm going to repeat this with hundreds of images. I'm not going to count this by hand. So what I did,
I looked around and I found a computer expert, especially in computer science and machine learning, and he helped me. He helped me in looking at the accounting automatically. So the image that is missing is supposed to be like the workflow that we built together to take pictures in a very specific ways, and then we built an AI model to count automatically germinated and non-germinated seeds. The accuracy of the detection at that time was 93.5%. That was one of the side projects of my PhD, so also, you know, from the other presentations, you can resonate, don't only focus on your main project. My main project has nothing to do with it. It was one of the experiments. And then he brought me to build my own startup for that. So it's a bit interesting how life goes sometimes. And so yeah, we had this detection accuracy, but it was very specific for that plant species. So, you know, we wanted to do something more. And I think in general what we can take from this is that a lot of time you need computer vision and AI to count things in the science and biology field, but not only, we have also examples for instance, material science or combustion for image 2 and 3, where image analysis can be important part of the scientific research for counting, measuring length and areas in general, or extracting different type of information through categorization and identification. And we saw one of the examples for diabetes research as well. And so I just wanted to, you know, touch base a bit on computer vision, although we already talked about it. But it's basically like the field of AI that teach machines how to see and analyze visual data from images and videos. And like non-scientific examples can be seen here with Google Map, Google Image, as well as just a detection of object detections and segmentation from the street. And that tool is particularly powerful because you can then build AI model that can learn and adapt based on your data. Right? We saw that earlier. It eliminates as well human error, it reduces time spent on the manual task, and it helps streamline your documentation so that everything looks the same and can be then part of a bigger pipeline. And so using AI and computer vision in the research field can save you a lot of time, saved me a lot of time. I'm sure everybody else also went through this. And what is very interesting for me is particularly like the versatility of the technology. As I said, you know, you can apply it to different fields. You can have also an experimental setup independence. What I mean by this is like you don't rely on only having a specific type of microscope, a specific type of software. You can really mix and match and play around to make sure that your AI model can then analyze the same type of object but in different conditions. And on top of that, one thing that is very important for me is to increase the knowledge sharing between researchers so that once one model is created, it's not just stayed in one lab like what we did with my seed counting model, but like share it with a bigger audience as well. But as you know, it requires some technical knowledge and expertise, and we saw that all morning. And so what I'm showing here today is more like a no-code solution approach, so that we can still extract data from images and videos, but we can also focus on other data. So this one is taken care of by the no-code, and the experts in data science from different fields, if you want to mix IoT or other type of information, you can then combine together with image analysis. And using that no-code approach, you can enable domain experts to focus on their own knowledge and expertise. They don't have to learn, they don't have to spend time trying to figure it out by themselves. This is taken care of. It also enables them to rapidly test and fail some hypotheses visually, and then figure out the next step to do. And finally, we are filling the gap between research center and maybe a lack of talent. I mean, I know that Saudi is preparing a lot of new talent in that field, but I think the market is highly competitive. So all of those talents are probably going to be in big companies and government, and you know, it doesn't give us, the rest of us, like a lot of space for talent. So I think that could be also like a good alternative. And so this is a list of no-code AI-powered tools that I found, and all of them are quite, you know, they have very powerful tools and powerful applications. And among them is like my startup, which is called Tech. And the difference really between all of these, I mean, we are very much smaller than Google, so we can't compare like in terms of capability, But what is true is that it has been designed by researchers and for researchers. So we also try to create something that is very flexible, that is versatile, and that can allow you to have full control of your AI model process generation, and do like your own little experiment without having to know all the background in computer vision and machine learning. And so that's like what I would like to introduce you to. We are an accessible no-code platform for automated analysis, and we basically cover the full scale of images from microscope to satellite. Satellite is going to come in June, so for now it's more like microscope and normal camera. And the platform works on credits, and we also created a marketplace to allow exchange between the users. So if, for instance, you see someone who is already having an AI model that you're interested in, you don't have to build your own dataset. You can just directly use their model and adapt it to your dataset. And just to walk you through the two simple steps, the first one is your input, where you're going to upload and annotate data. And I know that some of you knows already how it works because we organized a workshop 2 years ago, although we have new features, of course, but the principle is the same. So you upload and annotate. We have 4 types of annotation. We have boxes, polygons, key points, and full image classification. And then we take care of the rest. So we will take care of the delivery. We can train your model just with a click. You can choose the different model architecture that you want, and then it's going to be trained on the platform. You're going to get an email when it's ready, and you can deploy it on the platform or on the cloud through API calls or elsewhere on the edge. One specificity as well of our platform is, in case you're not very happy with the training, you can provide more data and retrain, improving directly your accuracy by yourself. So it's kind of an experimental platform when you're really in control of all the different steps. And here an example, of course, of biology, but it can be applied to everything else. And one of the features that I was telling you about was more like to sharing your knowledge with the community, and that's what we do for dataset and model. And you can put them public, and then it can be accessible to other lab members and collaborators. You can also use it for publication. We give you all the specification linked to your AI model so that you can build on top of our core technology all the new innovation as well. And I think it's very important to have option for no-code platforms because you need time to develop an AI model if you're not an expert. So let's say me as a biologist, if I want to build my own AI model on top of my research, I put 1 year, but I think I will need a little bit more to build my own model. Then if you find a collaborator, that collaborator is going to be a side project. So it's going to take 6 to 8 months if you're lucky. Mine took 2 years almost to be published at the end for the seeds. So they might be busy, you might not be the priority. If you have a no-code platform, you can do and work independently. In like a day, you could get your first AI model and test your hypothesis if you think that it could be an interesting journey to pursue or not. Of course, for instance, compared to the other presentation that we saw, we don't do a lot of pre-processing on the platform, so you won't be able to select, for instance, the green channel over the red and the blue, but you can still have a little bit of, space to play around with your data and try to extract the minimum, actually. And then, we are also a growing platform, so any requests, we can also integrate them to fit your needs. And we also provide experimental guidance and support. And I wanted to show you a couple of examples that we worked on. So for material characterization and combustion, just to go a little bit out of biology, which is my main topic, we were doing pore detection for membranes to filter water. So we were able to detect, I think with 99% accuracy, all the different pores and then extract the dimension out of them. We were also on the right, you have diamond shape, it's a combustion pattern, and then the researcher have to measure the length between the 2 edges, and they do that manually so far. So you can also imagine they have thousands of diamonds to measure. We can make an AI model to facilitate that with their help. And I think here, one of the selling points of using no-code is that as an expert, you don't need to recruit a doctor to annotate your data. You are the one who have the knowledge, and we facilitate that transfer knowledge with others. You have also example for drug resistance, detecting anomaly on CT scans, counting red blood cells from microscope images, as well as for coral growth on 3D structure monitoring, as well as wildlife detection. So just I wanted to finish this talk with an upcoming technology. As I said at the beginning, we are developing similar principles for satellite map analysis. And so it's going to be a little bit like a Google Earth. You can zoom in, annotate your data by yourself, label them, click on a button, choose your AI model, and then you will be able to have your own AI model for satellite feature analysis. You can then deploy it directly on the platform in another area, or just export it with API calls and then analyze your own satellite images. We are very excited about that. We were part of the Space Entrepreneurship Alliance Challenge last year. We won the growth track. So I think it could be very exciting as well if some of you are interested in satellite image analysis and building on top of our technology. I would love to talk with you so that you can maybe become our beta tester in June. And as a conclusion, I just wanted to remind you, your time is valuable, so be smart with it. And studying is a long process. You have to be resilient. It can be very challenging. Don't add more challenge to your life. Pick your battle and just use the tools that you have around so that you can get the best out of it. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to. Feel free to connect as well. No questions?
Yes, we have a question over there.
Yes.
May I ask? Okay, I was confused. I thought somebody else's turn. Thank you, Dr. Justine, for the wonderful presentation.
Can you speak a little bit louder? I think the sound from the... Yes.
This is good. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Dr. Justine, for the wonderful work and presentation. Very interesting platform, and I'm very curious and interested to know how different your platform would be from other related platforms like RoboFlow, for example. Could you just shed some light on that, please?
Yeah. Of course, well, RoboFlow is our main competitor, and they are like much older than us, so I'm not going to say we are better, although we are striving for being better eventually. I think our main differentiation is that our team is a team of researchers, so we can really understand your struggle in the academic field, and we also provide support for to improve your image acquisition techniques. Sometimes some researchers take pictures, but it's not the best way of solving the challenges, so we are here to help as well and support. And on top of that, the image satellite analysis is going to be a big differentiator, because I think for now, we will be the only no-code platform providing that solution.
That's great. Also, a second question. Would your platform be deployable only on the cloud, or could I locally deploy it so I don't have to upload my confidential data on your cloud servers?
Yeah, we have both options. You can stay on the cloud, or we can make on edge and like on premise. We have this option as well, and it's ready.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And the on premise has exactly the same functionality. Okay.
Very loud. Okay, so my question is based on what you just, how you answered this question. So your clients are mainly like not industry people, they're researchers?
So for now we are trying with researchers. That's our first customers, but we are very open to try at any field. The idea here is really like we provide a tool. So usually for industry they need a key enhanced solution. And what we are mostly interested in is really simplifying the deep tech of some of the solution part. So what we are looking for is more like maybe collaborators that can build on top and provide solutions. Yeah. So the accuracy of the platform is going to depend on the data that you feed the platform. So in general, our model are pre-trained, so we already need less images than just starting from scratch. To give you an example, and also because science images, although they are very specific in scientific images, although they are very specific in terms of objects, like it can look a little bit, let's say, weird compared to, I don't know, human or houses, but the condition of the image acquisition is very standardized. So actually we have a very high accuracy with limited amount of images. For example, like for the red blood cell, we used 5 images, but because they had a lot of objects in it, we reached an accuracy of 98%. And because they are very standard, the object doesn't change. For the seed example, we used 120 images, and we reached like 93.5.
My question is about how you host your models and what options you have in terms of downloading the weights or stuff like that.
So for the model itself, it's going to be mostly hosted on the platform. What we created is that you can play with the hyperparameters. So you can choose, I think we selected 5 or 6 hyperparameters that you can play around with, and then we train your model, and you have model versioning, so that you can go back and forth between the experiment to see.
You mentioned that we could also run it locally, so does that mean the model is like running on my device?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so then if you run it locally, you need to install a different version on your own local machine.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. I have a lot of questions, thank you. I'm glad. You have some people on the other side, yeah, that's right.
Hello, I have one question, but I wanted to say I'm really glad that you said my customers. That means that you aim to deal with the researcher as customers, and that the efficiency of your solution will be very good. So my question is regarding the models. Are you using just one type of model, or are you have like a suite of models that the researcher can use them?
So for the models, we have a list of predefined models. And because it's a very flexible platform, if you have requests of new model that you would like to use on our platform, like for instance, right now we have YOLO V8, Faster RCNN for object detection, we have Masker RCNN, we have a couple of them, and they're just starting. So if you have requests, we can also pre-train and update the list of models. We are very flexible on that.
Yes, so the platform is, let's say, goal or objective is to speedify computer vision. So if I'm a researcher of models and I want, my research is in the model itself. So if I want to use a customized model in your platform, would that work?
No, I think if it's your research, I think it's not gonna be that useful. We are targeting mostly people that don't have trying to see you.
Yes.
In the middle of the crowd. Yeah, thank you. We are targeting people that don't have the background in computer vision and machine learning. I think one thing that you could try is that, for instance, if you build your own model and then you want to see and compare its accuracy with our model, so you could use our model as like a reference point to see if your model performed better if you need a reference point. But I think otherwise, to be fully honest, like you're not the target customer.
Yes, yes.
But we would love to still, collaborate with you if you have some suggestions.
Yeah, thanks so much for the answer.
Do you want to ask? Yes. So I had a more technical question about matrix optimization. It's a bit out of my scope of knowledge, but I can ask my team. I will let you know. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Jessica. And now we move to our panel discussion, and I'm going to introduce our moderator, and she's going to introduce our esteemed panelists. So our moderator for this panel, the panel is about AI in engineering and science, project strategy, and national support. Our moderator is Lina Abu Hajja. She's a result-driven solutions architect and entrepreneur with over 5 years of experience in designing and delivering impactful software solutions.
She holds a master's degree in computer science from KFUPM, and she's currently pursuing her PhD also at KFUPM University. Lena is the founder of VR House, a tech startup, and has led several initiatives and projects in AI engineering. So I'd like to welcome Lena and her esteemed panelists, Mr. SK, Aisha, Mutari, Ghaida Qasim.
Thank you, Esma, for the great. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for the Women in Data Science Panel Discussion 2025 in the title of AI and Industry. But here we have the projects, strategy, and national support. We are all thrilled, actually, to bring together. We all bring four amazing women working in AI and industry. So I would like actually at the beginning to welcome you all and thank you so much for joining us here at KFUPM this year. So I would like to hear from you, each one of you, to introduce yourself, your name, your role, and where you are located.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rima Saif. I've been working with Aramco for the past 2 years. I've been working with the Enterprise Analytics Group, where we work on various AI projects that supports business users across the country. One of the most recent projects is Aramco Lens, which is an intelligent media management solution that uses AI to preserve our media archive.
This one. Thank you, everyone. My name is Ghaida Qasim. I'm currently the head of product experience at Fathom.io. For my previous experience, I'm initially a software engineer, and my master's was in applied IT. Along the course of multiple jobs, one of the most interesting ones before Fathom was in biometrics authentication. And that's where I started my journey in working directly with clients, gaining that customer experience feedback, and thinking in a mindset of how do I make my product succeed rather than just technical scope. From there, I joined Fathom as a product owner and started my career in product management. We are currently developing an AI-driven platform, and this is my current focus in today's experience. Thank you. Tiki, it's not working. Head out.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Itzikian Tsua Ranjianantenaina. I work at NEOM. I have been there for 5 years now. I joined soon after my graduation from KAUST, where I did my PhD in electrical engineering and my master's as well. So over the 5 years I spent in NEOM, I work in different departments. I started in cybersecurity, then I moved to developing regulations, and then I worked in innovation strategy, and after that I joined the livability department, where I developed the blueprint of what livability at NEOM would be like. And now I am part of the strategy office of NEOM, where I am the technology research and development manager. I look after all technology-related NEOM-wide strategies that include cybersecurity, space, digitalization, AI adoption, and space. Yeah, that's it about that. I think that's it about me. I am from Madagascar. In my free time, I dedicate my time to work on a non-profit organization that I founded to support education in Madagascar.
Thank you. Mine's working. So, hello everyone. Aisha Mutayri. I'm a senior manager at National Technology Development Program in TDB, which is under the umbrella of MCIT, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Actually, in NTDB, we focus, or our vision is to drive the Saudi transformation into a global hub by 2030. We aim to develop and support the tech ecosystem by supporting the tech startup, tech entrepreneurs, and providing a lot of, let's say, financially and non-financial support. Currently, I'm leading one of the NTDB projects, which is Empowering Accelerator. In this project, actually, we aim to attracting the best global accelerator that adopt the best practice and have very successful track record and backed by VC. So far, we have more than 10 amazing accelerator actually joined us, which is like Antler, Startup Bootcamp, Spark Labs, and also we have Flat Six Labs and etc. All these actually accelerator comes with their fund. So the total fund we have it now from this accelerator more than 1 billion riyal to investing in the tech startup and the tech entrepreneurs here in the ecosystem. So yeah.
Thank you so much, all of our panelists. As you can see, our audience today, we have teamed an exceptional panelist here. We have Rima Asif, one of the engineers around Aramco, as she's introduced, and she will talk with us about Aramco Lens. Ghaida Tassan, one of the successful stories of NTV and the product manager of Fathom AI, where it's amazing. We would like to hear more about it. Tiki from NEOM, head of the strategy, and Aisha, the NTDB presenter here today with us. Okay. Here, as we would like to hear from you about as your AI in action, for example, in industry. I would like to hear from you, Rima, to tell us more about the Aramco Lens and tell us more about it, the challenges, and how we tackle these challenges.
Okay, can you hear me? Aramco Lens connects the past and the future. It shows us that history isn't just something to remember. It's something that inspires innovation. With Aramco Lens, we're using AI to preserve the rich history of Aramco. We're using computer vision to identify objects in these archives, and we're using generative AI to bring them to life with descriptions and stories. Regarding the challenges, one of the challenges we're facing is the sheer amount of data that we have. We have over.
Tell us more about that.
Yes, yes. We have over 100 terabytes of digital photo assets. Yes, more than 100 terabytes of digital photo assets. We also have images that have not yet been digitalized, which we're working on. But so far, we have preserved over 5 million images, and we have captured not just these moments, but the legacy dimension, keeping them safe and secure.
That's great. Thank you so much. I would like to hear from you, Ghaida, about the Fathom itself. It's an AI product. You are an AI product of AI project manager. So tell us more about Fathom,
Yes,
how
sure.
it started, what is the story behind it, and what you are currently doing.
Yes, absolutely. So I see the conclusion. How is product management associated with AI at this exact point? And I see that there's a lot of people who might say an AI engineer, data scientist versus product management. What we do in Fathom, first of all, we are a Saudi company, established here in Tehran, by the way. we started with pure ideation of we want to support big companies, big enterprises to go through digital transformation. A lot of, like one of the 2030 initiatives is that Saudi Arabia needs to be completely digitized, government sector has to be completely digitized, and any entity that has critical data such as Aramco or others need to be digitized. But they're having challenges. They have challenges in historical data, big data management, making sure that you integrate, secure, keep that, and then being able to create solutions on top of this data. Having it in a simple, dashboard. I just want to see the data, but I don't have that access. As simple as being able to communicate with my data from my phone. Like ChatGPT right now, everyone's asking it about different public data. But what about if I want to ask private company data? I want to say what that employee, what did they do, what happened to that asset, so on and so on. Everyone is stuck with big data management, being able to apply all these AI models and to be continuously innovating, creating the front-end solution, the final product solutions. So that's where our platform idea came along. We are trying to simplify the journey of creating such solutions. We built this entire platform that is embedded with AI models to support you as a developer, as an innovator along the way, to create more AI models, to create more AI solutions, to create or manage your data with AI and so on and so on. As part of our initiatives, it's not only that, but also we want to make sure that not only enterprise companies are benefiting from this, but we want to make it a bit more public to people like students, people like freelancers, citizen developers, citizen data engineers, and so on. So we have our own marketplace where anyone can come in, build a model, publish it, put a price on it, as simple as that, and monetize. And let an enterprise like Aramco to consume it, and they're paying you. Maybe you're a student at KFUPM or whatever. So we want to make sure that there's a lot of community engagement and innovators from around the country to work together. So it's targeted for enterprise, but with the support of the community along the way.
That's great. I would like to ask, I would like to hear from you at the beginning moments.
Yeah.
You were imagined that you were recognized by His Highness Minister, the Technology Minister, As-Suwaha.
Yeah.
And one day, did you imagine that Adam will reach to that point?
Right. So this has two aspects. Did I ever imagine that I would reach this point? No. I had a lot of ambitions, let's be real. Everyone has a 5-year plan, has a career plan. I knew what I wanted, but this was definitely not it. It was something else. And along the way, it was about Fathom. We were all shocked. We knew the market need. We knew that the market does need our solution. But maybe we just didn't believe that it's to that extent. To the extent that, alhamdulillah, His Highness Ma'al Wazir Abdullah Swaha talked about us a lot in a couple of events. The other government entities did mention us, and they're very interested in the product. Why? Why are they so interested in such a solution? I mean, we're not the first. There are other companies in the world, but the thing is, it's because we are the first Saudi company to do this. And everyone wants to support the Saudi resources, the Saudi talent, and make sure that we are using our own. In regards to my own growth, which I do want to mention here, especially as women in data science, I never expected to be where I am right now. I am a software engineer. I'm a software engineer. I have coding experience. I applied to Fathom, by the way, as a front-end developer. Has nothing to do with product management, has nothing to do with data science, nothing. After I went into the interview, the CEO, Brahim Al-Baloud, he saw my resume and he kept talking to me about my experience, even though there was no opening for that position, but based on that experience, he decided to create a new job and put me in that, which was to work in support for our products. One of the most interesting stories is we didn't have a product team at all in Fathom. We had business, we had engineering. And engineering were making all the decisions of how to create the product. So Ibrahim kept telling me about the idea of the platform, the idea of the platform. One day, we attended a meeting with the engineering. It was a remote call through the laptop, and he asked the engineering to start development. They said, we can't do that without proper requirements. And by the way, back then I'm a support engineer. I have nothing to do with all of that. And they said, we need requirements. And that's where I opened the mic and I said, I can write requirements. At the end of the day, I am a software engineer. I know how to do an SRS document. I know how to write requirements. I know how to do architectural design. That's my experience. So I took an initiative, I captured an opportunity, and that's where I switched my career to product ownership and then product management. And that's one of the things that I never planned. It did happen. And that's where I keep telling my team, they're there, I keep telling my team it's very, very important that you capture opportunities and don't always be, strict to your plans. This is what I want to do, and ignore everything on the side.
That's very good, because sometimes unplanned plans is very much special. Rima, back to Rima, as she said that the powerful, she was an engineer, and we know how engineered that they are the stone or the rock actually. I would like to know from you the challenges that you face while you are building around clients.
Well, maybe the hardest challenge being an engineer is dealing with the business requirements. So we have a proposal that has specific requests, and we try our best to get them what they are looking for, and maybe giving them what they want maybe is the most hard part of the job. Yeah.
But after you build the product and you see it's effective, I think all what's in the backstage, that's all relief right now. Thank you so much. Tiki from Neon. We saw the engineer part. We saw how an engineer should to be to have her own startup and all of these stuffs. As a manager strategy at Neon, you see what startups or people at the beginning are. We don't see it because you planned it for 5 and 10 years. I would like to hear from you more about how you see the talents, how you see or how you put the strategy. And I would like to hear from you about that.
Thank you. So, as you know, AI is changing businesses, sectors, industries in many ways. And of course, we have to plan for that when we develop strategies at NEOM. So I'm going to give some examples. For example, in the sectors or businesses that I've worked on at NEOM, it really affects everything. So, for example, in cybersecurity, we have to think of AI in 2 ways. AI is used to protect. There are many use cases where AI can be used to protect better, but also we need to think about the use of AI by malicious actors. So the hackers would also use AI to attack, and we have to look at it from these both lenses. We have to understand how we can protect better using AI and the data that is available, but we also have to anticipate how malicious actors can use AI to do harm and then develop a way to protect accordingly. In livability, I worked in livability also in NEOM, and one of the NEOM mission is to offer exceptional livability and to use technology to provide such exceptional livability. So I looked at how we can use AI to provide personalized services to each person that would be living at NEOM, and that was also a really nice project.
AI agents?
Yes, so in a way, use digital twin of a person to offer something that is personalized to them. So for example, how do they like their house to be, their AC, what's their preferred temperature in their house? And we will have agents that will change automatically the temperature in the house or things like this. If we go even deeper, we could even think about how can we offer personalized healthcare. But of course, if we do that, we have to make sure that the regulation is appropriate to make sure that data is handled properly, that privacy is fully respected. Another example, space. So in space, it's also changing space industry because now we have a way to mine the data that we received from satellite, and this is a new line of business that is emerging. Yes, and now in strategy planning itself, I mean, I'm looking at some AI use case that will help our office, which is the strategy office, to better plan for this, our huge ambition that is NEON. So it's across everything. You have to always think about AI. AI affects everything right now, and it moves at such an incredible pace.
That's great. That's great.
May I ask her more about the home systems in general?
Yes.
Because I'm very interested to how are you applying AI in different, is it on IoT devices? Is it in cameras? Is it in, because I remember there was a use case about, like I think it was a Samsung fridge, and they embedded AI where it would even tell you, recommend that now you need to eat something or something like that based on your patterns and your, is it something similar to that?
I cannot say exactly what it could be, but yes, I mean, you can totally develop an AI that would know exactly who a person is, basically, physiologically, based on their healthcare data. What do they eat? I mean, this depends on how comfortable the person will be to share their data. And this is why I always emphasize that it's really important to have the proper regulation in place so you don't invade the privacy of anyone while doing this. And also, whoever holds the data would be accountable if they lose it. Yes, and I mean, collecting the data is everywhere now. IoT web sensors, cameras, anywhere, pretty much everywhere. I mean, when I worked in cybersecurity, actually this is something that sort of freaked me out a little bit because I can see that we create data as we breathe. Our devices, phone, everywhere, whenever we go, we can't move without our phone anymore. So our phone knows pretty much everything about us. And if we could harness that data to do something good, that would be really amazing.
Thank you so much. Aisha, I'm from NTDB. That, for me actually, when I talk about NTDB, what is NTDB? And it's shock for me actually. Because I would like actually everyone knows about NTDB. As a national supportive entity, I would like to hear from you about the national programs that you offer. Here we have a great talented. We have the students, we have the researchers, we have the faculty, and all of these steps. I would like to hear from you more about how the national programs support technology products and array products.
Yeah. So I mentioned actually, as I mentioned earlier, we supporting the tech ecosystem, tech startup, tech entrepreneurs by providing different financial support. So we have different products, more than 18 initiatives. We create this 18 initiative based on the need and the challenges these tech entrepreneurs facing to supporting them. And this 18 initiative, we create them in different stages. So what we would like to have is we have different projects through the life cycle of the entrepreneurs and the startup. And we would like to have the startup and the entrepreneur in every stage from, let's say, an ideation until being a unicorn. They find the right support to keep them grow, to keep them more sustainable. So we have different projects, 18 projects. For example, we have an MVP lab. So an MVP lab, usually it's supporting from an ideation until pre-seed. So we're providing a lot of non-financial and financial services. So non-financial service, we collaborate with different entities, from the private, also from the government entities. So like we have Garage. Garage, it's one of entity under MCIT supporting in workspace, mentorship, incubation, and etc. Also we have Code, we have Munsha'at. So these entities, we collaborate with them to supporting this startup in early stage, non-financing, let's say, support like incubation, acceleration, mentorship, and etc. At NTDB, actually, we provide a grant, which is a free equity grant up to 150,000 riyal to each startup actually in this stage. So they could working on their MVP to be major MVP and go to the market having more clients. So this is one of the 18 initiatives we have. And we have actually different initiatives and different startups. Maybe some of them, and a lot of them, we have an amazing success stories of the startups starting from university, starting from the graduation research. And they keep continue working on this research until being in a product in the market. And now they have different, they're entering new market, different countries, and having different actually revenues and the growth and etc. Also, we have different another product actually I would like to mention. I would not, unfortunately, the time will not be enough to mention all the 18 products, but I would like to mention what it can benefit for, especially for students in university. The other product we have, which is Fathom, one of the beneficiary, it's Next Era. So Next Era, it's an R&D product supporting the researcher to actually transfer their research or contribute to transfer their research in a product or in technology project. In this project, we have also the partner, because always we believe in partnership. We have COWS, so COWS to providing the mentorship, the labs, and etc. And the researcher can working on his research to be a product, as I mentioned. As NTDB, we give the grant up to 5 million riyal. It's a grant helping you to build this kind of a product. So as you
can see
mentioned,
the successful story of that program, the Vadamayo, here.
Yeah, so as you see, there is a lot of support actually as NTDB provide, as I mentioned, financially and non-financially, helping everyone to start today to move forward and having their business and be more sustainable, more growth in the ecosystem.
That's great. I would like to ask you about how is the collaboration with the great infrastructure, for example, COWS. Here at KFUPM, we have infrastructure to start projects. Like if we are talking about AI, we have Sedaya Center here, one of the largest GPUs that you can access to build your own models and all of these stuff. I would like to hear from you how this kind of collaboration affects for example, the startups like Fathom that we have.
Amazing. So when we started the NTDB, actually there is a lot of government initiative. We're not here to duplicate what already is there. We leverage what is good for the tech entrepreneurs and tech startups, and creating specific products that targeting their need and challenges. So we believe in partnership. Actually, we have more than 50 partnerships from private sector, from public sectors. We have also from researchers. We have from tech startups and the global tech startups. We have from bank and institutes. So we have partnership. It's very important for NTDB to move forward and helping the startup, because we see the whole cycle. So it's not just about the government. Everyone needs to be involved in that so we can have more growth, sustainable ecosystem. So we have this kind of partnership with Sedaya, we have with NEOM. So last month we were visiting NEOM through one of our initiatives we have, which is in Web3, to supporting the startup in Web3. So partnership is very important, and it's part of the NTDB. All the projects we have different partners. From NTDB side, we're providing more the financial support to this startup through our partners.
And I think, let's be honest, what's the fuel of all these projects? Is the talent that we have today. You are the fuel, actually, for these projects, for these programs and all these projects. You are the fuel of it, because you have the talent, you are the future, actually. And once we are talking about the future, I would like to ask all of you about how your work is aligned with the Vision 2030.
I think our work in AI aligns with the 2030 goal of digital transformation and innovation in the kingdom. So by developing projects like Comments, we are aligned with the company's efforts in being a digital leader, and the strong emphasis on heritage, as Comments preserves a lot of Aramco's history, which is intertwined with the kingdom's history also.
Yeah, sure. the 2030 vision again is about digital transformation, making sure that we have agentic AI across the country. That is not doable if we work independently. So one of the core contributions that Fathom is partaking in is making sure that we can collaborate all together to create or to commercialize different solutions and different products. And that way, we're talking about entities from here in Bahrain, like Aramco, with NTDP, with someone in Sadaya, multiple people, with students, collaborating all together to digitize the entire country. That's exactly how we align.
Yeah, for NEOM, as you know, NEOM is a flagship project of the Kingdom, and the strategic objectives of NEOM are fully in alignment and fully supporting Vision 2030. And this is to accelerate economic growth in the Kingdom. And the way I see it for NEOM, it would be for NEOM to become a living lab for new technologies, and this is part of the NEOM vision. That means NEOM will become a testing ground for new technologies, a regulatory sandbox for testing new technologies, for innovators to have a place where they can try new things in a safe and controlled environment, and also where regulators can learn from these innovators and adapt the regulation quickly.
That's a great question. Amazing. So, NTDB, actually, we believe we play a key role of executing of the Vision 2030. So, yeah. So we just not, our role is not just in funding or financing. We actually turn the national strategy into implementation on the ground. So let me take about the numbers. Actually, NTDB, the first project we launched, I remember it was in 2022 in October, which is the MVP Lab project. So far, we have supported more than 2,000 startups actually in the ecosystem. And as I mentioned, I'm leading one of the initiative, Empowering Accelerator. In particular, in this initiative, we're supporting more than 10 accelerators, bring total fund 1 billion riyal. Also, our startup actually, that accelerator incubate them, raising investment more than 200 million riyal, and they created more than 180 job creation. So we're starting the implementation from day one for NTDB, actually for the national and the Vision 2030.
That's great. I would like actually, I think NTDB is one of the greatest support for this alignment, because it's not just you have the idea, you have the infrastructure, you have the code and all of these stuffs, and they came from the national to support, for example, the products. The products will hire engineers, and from the products we have the strategy. And actually, this actually what we'd like to show from here at this panel, because it is an ecosystem. It's connected, cycle, but you are the fuel of it. And as we just saw from this panel discussion, actually, how it's everything is connected. I'd like actually to thank you all for being here. And I don't want to actually to end up this session, but it is our time actually. I would like to open the floor for the audience today, if anyone have a question to our esteemed panelists. Please. We can hear you, but we would like also the online people, the hybrid, to hear you. Okay, we have a question here, and tell your mic is being there. Yes, please.
Hi, I have a question for Ghaida from Fathom. You mentioned product ownership, and I was wondering, in using product ownership in software, is it very different than the physical product? So I was wondering about the process of it. Is it actually different from the actual product, or do you treat it the same for software?
As product development, do you mean?
No, as you mentioned product owner, your role as product owner.
Yes.
Because you use business and technical skills.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So under my team, we have multiple product owners. The product owners must have technical experience, technical knowledge, technical certification, whatever it is, because they are not necessarily coding anymore, but they are doing the research, the ideation, the innovation on something that is technical. They are communicating with engineers on a day-to-day basis to develop that product. So they are not the ones who are developing, but they must understand what it's required to do so. So it's completely knowledge-based.
So do they act like supervisors for the product developers?
Let's take it as a process, I would say more so. So we have product managers and product owners. Product managers are the ones that are keeping an eye on the market, seeing what's currently going on, looking at all trends. Then they come up with the idea, hey, we need this feature. We need, for example, something in AI. We need a dashboard of A, B, and C. Then they hand it over to the product owner. The product owner then dives deep into looking at all the other competitors in the market that are doing this. And then they decide that we want to do this feature in this exact way. And they start writing clear, detailed requirements. They write it in different methods. One of them is a very known method following the Scrum methodology called user story. So you say something like, as a, let's say, as a panelist in this event, I want to speak freely so that I can be heard using a mic, for example. So you say this statement. It's a very, very brief statement. But this gives an indication of what is needed to be developed in the future. Then along the way, after they do that, they work on a daily basis with engineers. They attend daily meetings to make sure that the engineers are developing this user story. And then they follow up with QA testers to make sure that the acceptance criteria is met for this feature. So this is the complete journey of a product owner. And we say owner because they own this feature from A to Z.
It sounds really interesting. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And if you're interested, please feel free to catch up after the panel and let me know.
Actually, at first, the first career for me, it was a product owner. So it was like working for the Scrum team and starting to know more. I agreed 100% regarding you need to have this kind of knowledge, even you don't, we don't developing or you don't coding. So it's an amazing journey, actually.
And I do really like the working environment in startups. I promise you that I will highlight this. and yes, please tell us more about the environment.
Yes, sure. I know someone else has a question, but I'll speak very quickly about it. So Fathom is a startup, and one of the very few startups in Bahrain, unfortunately. But I think one of the best parts about this company is the environment. I'm not trying to promote right now for the company, I'm trying to promote for startups rather. Why so is because, one, is we really, really care about career growth, individual career growth. So it's not about just getting the product out, it's also about making sure that we are building a community here in Eastern Province in Sharqiya that is tech-oriented. Everyone's going to Riyadh, but that's not enough, we want it here. So we actually are trying to create that vibe, create that motivation. Today is, I think they had a lot of games in the office. Unfortunately, I didn't do that. They're laughing. They lost, but they were playing in the office while maintaining a fun environment, while still delivering the product, while innovating and working together, collaborating, having team lunches. So we really care about making sure that please don't go to Riyadh, please stay here. It's fun, trust us. We can do it here as well.
Yes, exactly. I believe that because they are we can say that they are also collaborating of scaling the company as well. So they feel that they attach, they feel that they own part of it, by their work and all of these steps. And for sure, also the biggest organizations here is also it's personal
choice.
Choice. Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. Some people like the clock in, clock out approach.
Exactly.
Some people
But there's
like
a fear
belonging.
for working with a small company or just a start. Yes, there is a fear always in there. I would like to hear the question from please. Okay, if it's hard for you, you can.
So thank you all for the exciting panel. My question is also to Mrs. Gheda because I'm a product manager, so I'm a bit biased. First, again, thank you so much for the idea of a community here in the Eastern Province. I recently moved here and I've been looking for communities like this, so I'm glad that this is something being worked on. From my side, I want to ask you about Fathom in specific. So I work at an AI training and consultancy company. And I know when companies are trying to incorporate AI, most or some of the companies just say, I want AI, especially with the hype. They don't know what they want and how exactly, what is it that they need. So when it comes to training on AI and on your solution, how do you manage that gap between just wanting this idea and between actually what they need?
So I don't have the answer in regards to users, unfortunately, but talking about our own team members. Because again, what we're trying to do is we have an AI-driven platform. Again, the word AI is confusing. I know a lot of people make a different meaning. We are trying to educate everyone, mentor everyone in the company that you have this feature. Let's do a very simple feature of, for example, maybe having a dashboard. Just a dashboard with charts and visual data. We want to embed AI so that it can generate recommendation of what charts you might want, what alerts you might want to, like thresholds you want to put there and there. You didn't define those, but you want that assistance. This is agentic AI. And a lot of people don't know that. They think AI agents are just chatbots, but they're not. They're just AI, people, like an agent that I'm talking to, that's not it. It's scattered along the way. So we're trying to explain that through within our team members, that it can be in different meanings, it can be embedded in different features with different approaches. We're not there in regards to mentoring outside users yet, but I think that's definitely something that we should be looking at with our marketplace later on. So I seek some sort of collaboration there, but maybe afterwards. Yes. Thank you.
So Aramco has several partnerships, but one of them is Google. We partnered with Google through Context. We're using the AI technologies and their expertise to develop more robust and effective solutions. Aramco, of course, is one example of this collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you.
So can I ask my question? Okay. Thank you for this exciting panel. My question also for Ms. Gheda. Actually, you were talking about product management. And when you said that sometimes we can add features later on during the life cycle of a product development, which is very expensive, as you know, as a software engineer. So our research project, which we started like a couple of years ago, we are using LLMs to suggest all missing activities or missing tasks or all missing features before we start the development of our software. So we can reduce the risk to miss any feature or etc. Resources.
So product strategy.
Exactly. And also you mentioned like monitoring the development of the product. Like we are talking about if they will deliver on time or on budget, etc. Also, we are research-wise, we are applying, let's say AI, but it's prediction algorithms to predict if the developer or if the owner of the task will be delayed or not. Actually, the problem is that we are working research-wise. We don't really have applicable case study. Okay, research-wise, it's okay with publications, etc. But we will be really glad if we can collaborate on like real case study. If you can suggest any resource.
I will give you a resource, which is Fathom, directly. Let's collaborate after this. I would love to test this out. We'll see how we can make it feasible. And I love this idea where Are you a student here?
No, I'm a doctor.
Oh, you're okay. Oh, sorry. So, if anyone has another research idea that you think you want to test it out with some actual cases, we would love to work together. Pure support, nothing else, and we can see if it's feasible or not. And I think that's an amazing idea. I'm currently suffering. I always suffer with product strategy, and the market is changing so fast. And whatever idea we come up with, if we don't develop it in time, we're already behind. Exactly. So we do suffer from that, and then there's cost, delay, and risk, and so on. So let's catch up after, and that would be really
Sure.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We can have the last question or no questions. Okay. I know that how it's the panel, the esteemed panelists actually. You can catch with them later, but it's the time actually for us to end them. I'm sorry about that. But for sure, we are here. We can discuss on all of these stuffs. The last thing that I would like to say, thank you so much for coming. And I would like to thank all the attendees. I know that since you attend, then you have a passion, or you have something actually. And I would like to tell you again that you are the fuel of the future. And your work, your ideas, and all of these stuffs, the support actually from the national governments actually is endless. And we would like to hear from you actually, maybe with 30 or something like this. It will be you will be actually the panelists or the products that you would like to highlight here. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lina, and thank you to our esteemed panelists. To be honest, I think we can stay until Maghrib maybe, discussing a very interesting topic and very informative speakers. And before we go to the most exciting part for some of you, I think, I want to remind you of our technical workshops that are going to have to happen after the award announcements. We have 4 technical workshops happening in parallel. So if you're registered in more than one, you have to choose. Generative AI in the oil and gas industry, it will be in building 57, room 005. Accelerating engineering research with LLM techniques will be in building 57, room 006. Eliciting AI ethics requirements will be here in the auditorium. And then building AI workflows with Firebase GenKit, which will be in room 106, building 57. Building 57 is the same building we went for the poster sessions. And now we come to our last part for the main session, which is the closing and award announcement. So we'll just go and some numbers for today. We had 5 amazing keynote speakers, 4 panelists, 2 flash talks, and 4 workshops that will come in a couple of minutes. We had more than 65 poster submissions, in which we accepted from 30, more than 30, 32 or so. And we had more than 200 attendees in person and more online. We have more than 10 mentors who are registered for the mentoring sessions. And from the WITS team, all of us, I want to thank you all for attending. It was amazing having you all here. It means a lot for us, and we hope to see you, inshallah, in the upcoming years. And we also would like to thank our evaluators. We had 25 evaluators to evaluate your awesome posters, and that's why when people come at the last second and they say, "Can we add our poster? Can we add our poster?" This is the reason why we cannot add more. mashallah, thanks to all of them. They came from different research centers and different departments within KFUPM, and also we had some guest evaluators from the public health in IAU and public health in Qasim University. And we would like to give our special thanks to ICS, represented in Dr. Matiz Al-Faraj and their esteemed faculty for supporting us throughout the way. And moreover, I'd like to thank the college as a whole. So thanks for Dr. Abdullah Sultan for supporting us in this event. We would like to thank also KIPS, our logistic partner, and thank you for making this event run smoothly. And now it's a moment for you to share your thoughts. Please scan on this QR code and let's see what you think about our program. Sorry, this one. Zulun? Stay with us. They're preparing the winners over there, so that's why we're taking this one. So for some reason, the link is not working, so it seems that we're going to see your thoughts after the closing. I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Abdullah Sultan, Dr. Mutazil Faraj to present the awards for the speakers first. Thank you. So, thank you to Dr. Batul Marzouk. Dr. Batul, if you can come up, Thank you, Dr. Wadh Al-Matar. Thank you to Dr. Fatma Abu Salim. Of course, Dr. Fatma is joining us online, so we thank also Ms. Noor Al-Mulla, but she's not here. She already left. We would like to thank Dr. Jin Liu. Dr. Jin Liu, is she here? Okay, she's not here. We would like to thank Ra'a Akhtar. We would like to take Dr. Justin. We would like to thank Ms. Reem Al-Assad. Sorry, Ms. Reem Al-Assad. Ms. Reem Al-Assad. We'd like to thank Dr. Itzki. Rima? Okay, Dr. Itzki. we'd like to thank Dr. Ms. Ghaida Tawsan. Dr. Ghaida, Ms. Ghaida Tawsan. Ms. Aisha Mutari. Okay, now we're going to start with the technical workshops. It's me. Yeah, my dad is also. And actually, during Ramadan, I think the people who sacrifice the most are the family and children for during this event. So, we did it. Okay. Ms. Rawan Spey. Is Ms. Rawan here? Okay, Ms. Abrar Al-Atabi. And last but not least, Ms. Al-Hara. Okay, and Miss. And now for the winners, finally. But before we start the poster winners, we had a datathon, a WIDS datathon that was on predicting ADHD in women. And we asked participants who participated from KFUPM students to submit their predictions. And we have two top winners. They were in the datathon actually had about 2,000 participants. So yeah, they're ranking in the top 150 within that mark. So the second winner, so we have two winners. The second winner for us is Miss Aziza Al-Gahtani. Miss Aziza here? Please, just a second.
And in our first place, we have Ms. Abrara. And now for the poster winner announcement. So in fifth place, we have Otto Hunt and Ellen Durban So for our fourth place, we have transformer-based video and painting, striking the balance between accuracy and efficiency. For our third place, we have City Vision, second place, we have towards enhanced interpretability and trustworthiness, explainable AI for medical image segmentation. Thuraya is our volunteer with the beautiful taste that designed all the printables that you see here.
Who do you think is the first place? The The first place is Clip SMA, Parameter Efficient Clip Adaptation for Continuous Sign Language Recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah and Dr. Moses, for helping us. And thank you all. Inshallah, the technical workshops will start shortly at 3:30. And also mentorship sessions.
I'm going home. I want to go